Okay, let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what he did. So I almost didn't even go live because I had such a bad panic attack. So earlier, oh my God, I look horrible. I was taking the trash out and suddenly I saw this blur of white. And I was like, what the hell? And it just shot past me. And Farley does not run away. That's not something I've ever had to worry for him. So in my mind, I was like, that couldn't possibly, don't call him trash. I was like, that couldn't possibly have been who I think it is. So I'm holding the trash and then my brain is realizing like, no, that was definitely him. And he just shot out like out of a cannon and is gone. And I was looking around outside and I'm calling his name and I'm like, maybe he just is going to the bathroom, and panic starts rising as I'm looking around. I don't see him anywhere. He's not running towards me. I'm now like in the street screaming his name, running up and down. I run into Will's stream room. And I'm screaming his name and he's not there. I was like, oh my God, he must be at the gym. And I just start, like the panic starts to take over. And then I hear sirens. I hear these really loud sirens nearby and I just start full on panicking. And I'm sprinting down the street and then suddenly I see Will on a scooter and he's coming around the corner and he has Farley. And I just like fall to my knees. I'm already crying, but now I start like major crying. And what happened was Farley, when I opened the door to go outside and take out the trash, he must have known that Will had gone to the gym. I don't know. Where are you? I don't know. And he took off. And Will said that he was like scootering down the sidewalk and he had his headphones on. He just like sensed something behind him and he turned around and he just saw this blur, which was Farley sprinting towards him, which means that he crossed streets, multiple streets. He crossed very busy intersections around rush hour. I can't even think about it. No, like this is why I had a panic attack. And like, of course, he's just like so excited because he found his dad. He found his father. He got what he wanted. Will came back with him. He literally broke out and went on an adventure to find his dad, and he found him. But at what cost? The cost of me. The cost of my emotion. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right here, huh? You've come here. Come up here. Tell him what you did. Tell him what you did. Bro was making his own homeward bound adventure. Yeah, I've calmed down now, but it took me quite some time to get my adrenaline to calm, to like be able to breathe, for my anxiety to go down. Yeah, no, I am going to put an air tag on him. And as I said, I've never had to, he's not a dog who runs away. Like he's always stayed very close to mom and or dad. But I guess he decided to sprint off into the wild to go find his dad, and he fucking found him. I'd be so horrified. I was like, Will, what must you have thought when you turned around because you sensed something? Yeah, we have Farley collar drama incoming. I can't take it anymore. We learned with my dog that we had to put the leash on her whenever we opened the back door. She would just run out because she loved to panic us. Well, he never does that though. Like he doesn't run away. He's not an escape artist. He just decided that he wanted to go find his dad. Yeah, no, I feel like I got so lucky today. I'm still kind of shaking. I'm still kind of freaked out. And I didn't even know he had gotten I guess he got out of the house and then through the gate where I was taking the trash out. So that's not going to happen again, is it? I don't trust you anymore. You have lost that when you decided to make a break for it. I can't even describe to you the confusion when all I sensed was this white blur as I was like opening up the trash can. As I was opening up the trash can to put the trash in it, and this thing just shot by. How far away was Will? He was at least a couple blocks away. But it was, you have to cross a busy intersection. I can't even think about it. And now here he is sleeping from his big adventure. All thanks to the woodsy musk of Valentino brand cologne. It will capture your heart and capture your dog. Yeah, when you wear Valentino brand cologne, your dog simply cannot stay away, and they will track you down. They will track you down. My dog did the same thing yesterday. Usually she sits at the door waiting for my dad to come in, but this time she ran out of the garage and went looking for him, and she's a fucking fast dog, so I was running my ass off. It's so scary. It is so... I just didn't even know I just didn't expect it. I didn't expect it because I had gone outside by myself, and he must have pushed open the door to the house, and then as I was opening the gate and then opening the garbage can, he just boom. I had a dog chase me and my dog while we were on the bike. I felt bad for the lady because her dog took off after us. Oh, God. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that your father? Oh. No, you're so in trouble still. You are so in trouble still. Oh, you want to go see your dad? Oh, you wanted to go see your dad earlier and you fucking took off into the night? Caused me to have a panic attack? I just told the story of Farley's great escape. He does not care. He does not care what that did to me at all. I don't even know how he found you.
America's Most Wanted.
I'm getting him an air tag. He has an air tag now.
Farley runs away once it's all over.
No, I don't trust him anymore. I can't.
It's all fucking over.
That's the first time he's ever done that too.
He was so happy with himself too.
He was so pleased. He was so pleased with himself. What a little fucker. What a little fucker. Oh my God. He got a taste in freedom. It wasn't even freedom, though. Like I said, he wasn't running away to run away. He was running away to go find his dad and then bring him back here.
Get some bicep work in.
Oh my God. We need a photo of Farley next to Maduro in the helicopter. Oh, Jesus. I like can't even think still. It was not fun. I can tell the story now and be fine, but really was not fine at all. So anyway, that's been my Monday. It's been really fun. Mystic Water, thank you for the 3 months. Allison, thank you for the 5 months. Just Tito, thank you for the 10 months. Net Runner Mike, thank you for the 7 months. Just Okay, thank you for the 8 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Silent Radical, thank you for the 15 months. Calcier, thank you for the 27. Madeline, thank you for the 29. Skullho, thank you for the 4 months. Had that happen to my cat and I got a panic attack. Yeah, if you are a pet owner and you have experienced something similar, which is probably a lot of y'all, you know that feeling. You know that feeling when you're like, oh my God, I was so lucky. It's such a bad feeling. I know. Oof, duh. All right. That's okay though, because everything's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is good. Can you spot anything strange in this video? Strange.
Did you guys hear what happened to Mr. Beast? No. He got in a car accident and he's in a coma. Did you guys see that?
Did that actually happen?
Yes. They're pulling the plug tonight on live stream.
On live?
Yeah, did you guys hear what happened to Mr. Beast?
No.
He got in a car accident and he's in a coma. Did you guys see that?
Did that actually happen?
Also, what is up with this dog? What is going on here?
Yes. They're pulling the plug tonight on live stream.
On live?
On live stream?
Yeah.
On live stream is so funny and also something that would absolutely happen. They would find a way. That's like that's going to be the new thing. Anything for the views. On Kick, they'll let it happen. He would make a YouTube video out of it. It would be his last YouTube video. Actually, no, it won't, because I'm sure he'll set something up so some holographic image of him just keeps being like, okay, everybody, so here's the deal. I offered one woman the chance at $1 million. Just kidding. Not $1 million, but $100,000 if she would sit in a room for 1 whole month while people hurl insults at her. 100 people fight to the death for a chance to disconnect my ventilator. Yeah, you know that's going to happen. You know he's going to have some hologram. What did I say? Holographic image? Yeah, some hologram. And the Mr. Beast videos are just going to keep coming. You know he'll authorize an AI of him. How do we know he's not even already doing that? Put me in, coach, to pull for a chance to disconnect the ventilator. It's so fucked. You got to say in the Burger King foot lettuce voice at 1.5 speed. Yeah, and I have to be 1,000 times giving sociopathy. It's giving sociopath. It's giving dead eyes. It's giving soulless. Graham, thank you for the 31 months. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my God. Okay. What can I start off with that is really going to kick things off here? How about this Ashley Tisdale shit? All right, let's talk about it. Hey, Caroline, I don't know if you've been asked this before, but you're going to South by Southwest this year. I plan on seeing Boots Riley in the movie. I don't know. Probably not. But that sounds great. I hope you have a good time. Okay, so why are people talking about Ashley Tisdale? No, it's not because a new High School Musical was announced, but because she wrote this story for The Cut, and it's about breaking up with her toxic mom group and talking about how it was like she was back in high school. It's not a very long piece, so we'll read through it. But I don't know if y'all remember, or I don't know if you know, but Ashley Tisdale's friend group includes mom friend group includes Hilary Duff, Mandy Moore, and a lot of other celebrity women. And after this piece came out and everyone was kind of like, yeah, fuck you. I'm not on Ashley Tisdale's side. Ashley Tisdale doesn't have my support here. Somebody from her team then has tried to come out and be like, oh, wait, no, it was a different group. She's not referring to that group that everyone knows her to be friends with. She's referring to another another mom group. And it's kind of smelling like bullshit. And then the other thing that people have been kind of digging around, not digging around, but like just reposting, is when Ashley Tisdale was one of those celebrities who, in the wake of Charlie Kirk dying, decided like that was when she was going to make her political post. I haven't really seen Ashley Tisdale speaking up as of much lately, but she sure did make a post on Instagram after Charlie Kirk died. So it's also causing the public to look at this and go, girl, how do we know you're not the toxic one? How do we know it's them and not you? Okay, so let me read the piece to y'all. Since becoming a public figure as a teenager, it's often the thing I least expect that people most want to talk about. Sometimes I'll say something offhandedly only to see it turn into a headline or start a conversation on TikTok. Oh, the irony in that being one of the first sentences in this piece. And now there is discourse all over the internet. There's one recent topic that has made my phone blow up like no other since I first wrote about it a few weeks ago. It's a subject that has made women DM me to say, I feel seen, and to share their most emotional stories with me. It's one that has also made wannabe online sleuths try to do some investigating like they're on CSI. Please don't even try. Whatever you think is true isn't even close. The topic, mom group drama. After the birth of my first daughter, I was craving connection with other mothers. I needed someone to talk to about which diaper bag to buy, whether a snoo is worth it. What the fuck is a snoo? And how you can possibly get anything done if you're supposed to sleep while the baby is sleeping. But what started out logistical soon became deeply personal. I needed to talk to someone else who related to what I was going through, the mood swings, the late night, saying goodbye to who I used to be, and getting to know my daughter and the new person I was becoming. So I felt lucky when my friend brought together a group of new moms that she knew. My friend's friends were in the same situation as I was. Most of us had been pregnant through the early pandemic, so we missed out on the activities where you meet other expectant mothers. A snoo is an automatic baby bassinet. Okay. We hadn't had baby showers or prenatal yoga, and hardly anyone had held our newborns. But finally, we were able to be together, and our kids were able to be together, and it all felt right. What I remember most from those early days was how impressed I was by those women and all the amazing things they had going on. They were building brands, running their own companies, launching creative projects. I'm sorry, you're trying to tell me this is like some other mysterious friend group and not the friend group that there are photos and documentation of, and that's why people keep bringing up Hillary Duff and Mandy Moore. Who's this other group? Yeah, tons and tons of IG pictures. They just happen to also be mothers of young kids. I was running my own company too, and I felt energized by being around women who understood the challenge of feeding a baby while taking a Zoom call. I felt a sense of belonging, and it made me hopeful about finding the balance between fulfilling work and family life since all these cool women were able to do it. Maybe we'd be able to share our secrets to success. By the time we started getting together for play dates and got the group chat going, I was certain that I'd found my village. But over time, I began to wonder whether that was really true. I remember being left out of a couple of group hangs. And I knew about them because Instagram made sure it fed me every single photo and Instagram story. Oh, you mean like the ones that have also been fed to us, which is why we're not buying that this is about another friend group? Another time at one of the mom's dinner parties, I realized where I sat with her, which was at the end of the table far from the rest of the women. I was starting to feel frozen out of the group, noticing every way that they seemed to exclude me. At first, I tried not to take things personally. It's not like people aren't allowed to get together without me, and maybe they were perfectly good reasons that I hadn't been invited. We were all busy, life was hectic. I told myself it was in my head and it wasn't a big deal. And yet I could sense a growing distance between me and the other members of the group, who seemed to not even care that I wasn't around much. Okay, maybe because you have the type of vibes as someone who's going to run to the cut to write a piece and be like, these women are toxic, when potentially there is another version of the story here, which is that maybe Ashley Tisdale is who is actually toxic. Maybe she's got some fucked ass vibes, and there's a reason why people weren't wanting to hang around her much anymore. I don't know. Maybe. Mayhaps. As I increasingly, and yet I could sense a growing distance, when everyone else attended a birthday dinner together, I was met with excuses as to why I hadn't been invited. I still don't get why I wasn't at the girl hangout that they all planned at my daughter's birthday. As I increasingly felt left out, I remembered something, or rather, someone. During the early days of the group, there was another mom who often wasn't included. I'd picked up on hints of a weird dynamic, but at the time, I didn't dwell on it too much. I was just so happy to have found these incredible, smart, funny women. Now it seemed that this group had a pattern of leaving someone out, and that someone had become me. Why me? The truth is, I don't know, and I probably never will. It would be very funny. It would be very funny if it was the Charlie Kirk post. The truth is, I don't know, and I probably never will. And it turns out to be the Charlie Kirk post. Some additional info that may or may not be relevant. Ashley had her first daughter in 2021, another in 2024. Mandy Moore's kids were all born between 2021 and 2024. Hillary isn't a new mom. Her first was 2012, but she had one in 2024. Meghan Trainor's sons were born in 2021 and 2023. No, it's definitely this group. Like, I feel confident it is this group and not some other secret group. Okay, let me say that there are instances when this happens to people, when they are finding themselves in a toxic group of friends. I don't think that this is some impossible situation where it's like one versus the group. It does happen. The reason that I'm really open to this being another possibility is because sometimes, and I've had a lot of experience in this, the person who's always being like, oh, yeah, these women are toxic. Oh, yeah, I couldn't, have to get new friends. Like, the person who's publicly saying something about it because she ran to the cut to write about this is what makes me is what makes me think that perhaps the call could be coming from inside the house. OMG, Caroline, it might have been earlier than that. She posted an IG story thanking Hillary Duff and Mandy Moore for checking up on her when Mandy's house is the one that burned down. Oh, yes. That was another part of it, is like, apparently when, Mandy Moore, her house burned down, her brother's house burned down. And around that same time, like, I think there was a post where Ashley Tisdale was like bragging about some new house she had bought. Let me get this right. Hold on. It was like really tone deaf. It was really tone deaf how Ashley Tisdale was behaving during this period of time last year when fires were raging through Los Angeles and a lot of people lost their homes and lost a lot. I've always just quietly left friends to the point people ask, I thought you were friends because why would you advertise friend drama? Yeah. There is something that's a big red flag here that she's the person who ran to the cut. And some people might be like, well, it's because she was the friend that they were being mean to. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Ashley Tisdale was missing from toxic celeb mom group's bougie fall getaway. Okay. Well, let's keep reading this. Why me? The truth is, I don't know. I probably never will. What I do know is that it took me back to an unpleasant but familiar feeling I thought I'd left behind years ago. Here I was sitting alone one night after getting my daughter to bed thinking, maybe I'm not cool enough. All of a sudden, I was in high school again, feeling totally lost as to what I was doing wrong to be left out. People often assume that because I acted as a child, I had onset tutors, but I went to a regular high school and I had the typical teenage experience of trying to figure myself out. Lately, I've been thinking about how being a new mom has emotional echoes of high school. It's an exciting time of discovery and growth, but it's also a time of feeling vulnerable and unsure. You're thrust into new situations with new people, wondering if they could be the friend who can walk beside you in this new time in your life, and there's no way to know for sure unless you put yourself out there. And in both cases, your hormones are all over the place. Even though it had been decades since 10th grade, the experience of being left out felt so familiar. Back then, I would have quietly retreated and avoided confrontation because I wasn't confident enough to speak up for myself, hoping to be invited back and ready to pretend Farley, nothing ever happened if I was, but I'm not in high school anymore. I'm a mom. And it's because I'm a mom that I couldn't stay quiet. Farley! I kept thinking, aren't we supposed to be teaching our kids to speak up for themselves when their feelings are hurt? When they get left out on the playground, aren't we supposed... What the hell? Will? When they get left out on the playground, aren't we supposed to teach kids? I've had enough today. No. Okay. MRD, thank you for the 18 months. Stop it. To be clear, I've never considered the moms to be bad people. Maybe one. But I do think our group dynamic stopped being healthy and positive for me anyway. Surely it would have been easier to disappear without explanation, and that would have allowed us all to convince ourselves that we simply drifted apart. But from the feedback I've received since I started talking about this, I now know I'm far from the only mother who's been brought to tears by members of a group that's supposed to lift everyone up. I had more than one friend reach out and say, "You're so brave." I thought that was such an interesting response. Why, I wondered, is it so scary to talk about this? Motherhood has enough challenges without having to wonder if the people around you are on your side. You deserve to go through motherhood with people who actually, like you. And if you have to wonder if they do, here's the hard-earned lesson I hope you'll take to heart. It's not the right group for you, even if it looks like they're having the best time on Instagram. So, wait, you skipped the part where she had a... Oh, I did. Wait, I skipped a huge part because you threw me off. Okay, I skipped this part. So that's exactly what I texted to the group after being left out from another group hang. This is too high school for me, and I don't want to take part in it anymore. It didn't exactly go over well. Some of the others tried to smooth things over. One sent flowers and ignored me when I thanked her for them. Another tried to convince me that everyone assumed I'd been invited to gatherings and just hadn't shown up. Then why didn't anyone ever ask where I was? I wondered. To be clear, I've never considered the moms to be bad people. Okay, so that's where, OMFG, all this, and it's literally just regular ass normal interpersonal relationships. This is embarrassing. Yeah, her saying maybe one is so wild. I know. And I just keep thinking about how a lot of times when someone keeps being like, oh my God, everyone just acts so high school. Oh my God, everyone just acts so high school. It's like, maybe it's actually you though. Maybe it's you. The fact that she was like, why didn't anyone ever ask where I was? Just some of the things in here make me go, see, this seems like maybe you're not a very mature person, actually. The way that you've written some things in here, how you decided to go to the cut because as much as her team might try to deny who this friend group is, everybody knows. Like, if there's pictures, right? Like there's photographic evidence. And so this feels like it's a way to not name names, but have the power in this situation and hope that people will like put two and two together. I just always think it's really strange when there are interpersonal issues like this and somebody decides to write a whole fucking piece this way. Sorry, but I guess it's because I'm not in high school. Also, who needed to know that? And it's funny because if now it's turned into a like Hillary Duff and Mandy Moore and these other famous names versus an Ashley Tisdale, a lot of people are like, yeah, I'm sorry, but Hillary Duff has more social capital with me. You're not going to sneakily turn me against Hillary Duff. Why does Ashley believe this is newsworthy? I mean, it's absurd to get, but this is also what The Cut does. The Cut loves this kind of shit. And I just can't stop thinking about her Charlie Kirk post. Right? Let me see here. I'll pull it up. The Cut loves a white lady rant article. Yes, they do. Here's what she had written. 24 years ago feels very different from today, where we once were united and grieving together. That's really funny because 24 years ago was 9/11. That's what she's referencing, FYI. Does she not know what this country was like for brown people? Because there certainly wasn't a united grieving together for brown people in this country and then overseas who suffered the consequences of that unitedness, of the 90% George Bush approval rating, which they sought in order to have the public on their side when they invaded Iraq, when the United States invaded Iraq. What are we talking about? 24 years ago feels very different from today, where we were once united and grieving together as a country. Today, we see someone die and blame his politics and opinions. Everyone in that building had different views and opinions. When we stop caring about loss of life, we are done. 9/11 being equivocated to Kirk. I'm just like, I don't know about this. Someone saying, Ashley Tisdale supporting Charlie Kirk, my milk is racist. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Seeing this post after reading that cut piece, things are making sense. And it's not to say that maybe other women in that group aren't political in this same way, but at least we can see this post, read that piece, and you go, yeah, maybe there's another side of the story here. Megan Trainor shares Hillary Duff and Ashley Tisdale are all part of a mom group chat.
With like my other mom friends, like Hillary Duff and Mandy Moore and Ashley Tisdale and those friends. That's a great group chat. But none of them are like on tour right now, you know? And I'm the one that's always like, can't make it, sorry guys, you know? And so I wish I had a touring chat group, you know?
Well, Hillary's
I
about
was
to go on
included
tour.
in one. Natasha Bedingfield put me in one because we were touring together. And it was really helpful and great, and I was asking all these questions. But some of the moms in that chat weren't performing every night as well. They were like the wives of the husband who's performing every night, and I still felt lost. And Natasha too.
Charlie Kirk was the third tower. Sir, a plane has hit the third tower. The liberals at the table with her when that post went up. I'm not saying having a flop career makes you a bad person, but maybe she's an anti-personality hire. Yeah. I think the thing that bothers me is like, wow, at this current time, really, we're going to have a full piece in The Cut written by Ashley Tisdale about this wealthy mom group that she's in and how people are mean. I don't give a fuck. And I'm covering this story not because I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe this, but because it's so absurd to me. And it's like, real, yeah, you know what? This is actually what we needed right now. This is what we need. We need we need Ashley Tisdale's interpersonal relationship issues being spelled out for the public. I love white women mess. I mean, okay, I get that. Yes, I understand that too. But it's like, it's okay, it's loving white women mess, but also going, this is so stupid. This is ridiculous. And it kind of gives the same feeling as that Charlie Kirk post, this sentiment that we've seen expressed by a lot of the liberal elite which is, when you talk about celebrities in Hollywood, there's kind of this generalizing of, okay, socially liberal type of rich people. And it's tiresome for white women. Charlie Kirk is their second 9/11, where it's like, okay, I see the things that you choose to make a post on. The thing that finally has you going, this country is broken. We once upon a time were the United States of America. Remember 9/11? Do you remember 9/11? How we were all together? We were all united. A dedication to maintaining the status quo no matter what. Yeah, so I think that's what's overshadowing right now I love some rich white woman mess, is just this feeling of being tired and annoyed with how this is just the vibe. This is the vibe. I'm like, you guys need to get real. Get real. The amount of would you like to leave now? If you bark, you're going back into jail. If you bark, it's jail. It's jail. Always interesting where the line is drawn for people. Yeah. Where I'm like, hey, remember when it was better? Remember that time when celebrities were a little more mysterious? Remember that? Remember when that was a thing? You didn't have celebrities writing about their mean friends in a major publication. I miss those days. Yeah, I remember those days. I remember when it was like, yeah, we didn't know everything about your lives, and it was better. And it was so much better. Okay, let's do a little bit of Critics' Choice Awards recap. Critics' Choice Awards that happened last night. Usually they are after the Globes, but they switch things around. So now the Globes are going to be following the Critics' Choice. Globes are on Sunday. And usually too, there's overlap. But the Globes go first, so it's kind of the first big, look who's getting awards. Look what narratives are set. Look what narratives are set. And what is the beginning of what is shaping up is Timothée Chalamet on his Oscar run. But now the vibe is humility. Now the vibe is like being soft and humble, because I think what happened was Timothy, who's very much aware of discourse on the internet, I think he saw how people were reacting to his we'll talk about the Foreign Picture Award. It's such bullshit. That pissed me off, but we'll talk about that. I think Timothy was like, oh, wow, I don't think this energy I'm putting out is working. So I got to switch things up. Let me find his speech. He won Best Actor.
Man, thank you guys. Wow. My fellow nominees, Leo, I'm staring straight at you, man. Joel, Ethan, We used to do table reads at Labyrinth Theater Group in New York. Ethan, Wagner, Michael, Joel. Am I forgetting anyone? Help me. Who? And Michael, man, unbelievable. Just rewatched Sinners. Hadn't seen the after credit scene. I'm happy I stuck around the second time. I got a lot of people to thank. I don't know if I'll be up here again, so give me a second. Miyako Belizzi, Ronnie Bronstein, Eli Bush, Darius Ganji, Jack Fisk, Jen Vendetti. Thank you. You guys are a ultra-talented, hard-working group of artists. Damn, I'm more nervous than I thought I'd be. All right. Josh Safdie, thanks for crafting a role and a story.
No. I don't think it's that he didn't expect to win. I'm telling you, this is a tonal shift because what he was doing before was pissing people off. And that could have an effect on his winning an Oscar. Like, these things matter. I'm telling you, if you don't know by now, award season is very political. It's vibes based. It's not clear cut of like, oh, this is clearly the best performance of the year. Obviously, there is the level of subjectivity, but this is why these crafted narratives, these PR, these press runs are really important, and they last for a long time because it's not just doing press for your film, but once you get into award season, you're campaigning, you're playing the game. And this to me signals that Timothy had a sit down and was like, okay, we got to change things up. And you're seeing that play out. Yes, you're seeing that change. He's getting out of the Marty role. He's like, okay, I think the Marty attitude, but as Timothy Chalamet, is not working. So now it's very mindful. It's very demure. It's very, let me make this about my amazing, amazing peers who I'm just so lucky to be nominated with.
You know, Josh, you made a story about a flawed man with a relatable dream, and you didn't preach to the audience about what's right and wrong. And I think we should all be telling stories like that. So thank you for this dream. If over there, they put us on an extreme angle, so that's why I'm looking over there.
He's also the youngest person to win Best Actor at the Critics' Choice Awards. So I think I think he has a really good shot at winning the Oscar. This is not necessarily a super competitive year in this category, and it's why him presenting himself in this moment is very crucial, because this is usually it's the Globes, but now it's Critics' Choice Awards that is kicking off award season. Now, all the pieces are being written, all the predictions, all the buzz. Why aren't his pants hemmed? Is it part of the humility? He's gonna propose on stage if he wins the Oscar. I saw somebody tweet, they're like, I would not put it past Timothy to propose to Kylie Jenner on stage if he wins the Oscar, and I'm inclined to agree.
Just being honest. And anyway, congrats, Jacob. Michael, I love your work, man. And lastly, I'll just say thank you to my partner of 3 years. Thank you for our foundation. I love you. I couldn't do this without you.
Like, this is also the first time that he's publicly said this, or not publicly, but like in a setting like this, talking about Kylie Jenner, who I couldn't even believe they've been together for 3 years, but him using the word partner and saying thank you to my partner. So I also think Kylie is very much going to be a part of Timothy's award season narrative. Like, I think they're going for this angle. I think they're making him you know, they're kind of making him into into the guy who's in a very prominent relationship, who, you know, the two of them command a lot of media attention, and Kylie, you know, being by his side, he's romantic. It's part of the story.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Because it's not about him anymore. And that's been the attitude before, is that he would get up there and be like, I'm going to win, you know, I'm going to be one of the greats. Like, this Oscar's supposed to be mine. I have done amazing role after amazing role. No one is missing, you know, no one is not missing in the way that I am. You're making the Oscars sound like a WWE plotline, because that's what this is all about, right? It's all about the story. It is all about the storytelling. It's all about striking a right vibe. And now there are exceptions. Okay, there are people who do like fuck all, like an Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins doesn't have to do this shit. But Timothée Chalamet, who is clearly gunning for the win, and he is still a very young actor. He's the youngest person to have now won in this category at the Critics' Choice Awards. He would be, if he keeps going on, he'll be, you know, breaking records and all that. So the narrative is very important for him, and especially because he's been off-putting and he's been generating negative press because of his attitude that people just haven't been digging. Award season always has smoke and mirror and PR. 1,000 kajillion%. Club Chalamet wrote a Substack article, but paywalled the part where she talked about his speech because of trolls, meaning she probably just trashed Kylie. I feel as if people need to start taking seriously that Club Chalamet is a dangerous, scary figure, and she's not just some fan. She's not just somebody who can be treated as a joke. I know I've talked repeatedly about how disgusting that Wall Street Journal profile was. I don't know how she's getting into these events. Anyway, so that was a big win last night. Timothée Chalamet winning Best Actor, showing that he is changing his tune on how he's presenting himself and how he is going to be presenting himself this award season. She unironically gives me Yolanda Saldivar vibes. Yes, I've been saying this. This tweet makes it sound like she's going to break into an Oscar voter's house. I've been wanting Timothy to win his Academy Award since 2018, and now in 2026, we're the closest we've ever been for him to win it. And I'm committed to doing everything I possibly can to help him achieve this goal. Help me help him. Also, this is not somebody who should be anywhere around award season, because she's not a normal fan, but she also presents herself as a critic, and she's not a critic either. She's not a critic. She's a parasocialist obsessed stan. Genuinely unhinged. He deserves to win the Oscar for Marty Supreme, and you're either with me and him or you're not. Okay. And I don't want, and look, I felt this way too with the way Wicked stans were last year. I am sick and tired of stans. I am so sick and tired of stans being such a loud part of award season, because it makes it impossible to have like any normal discourse. They just are, they gotta go. They gotta go. Stan culture has infiltrated everything. Yes. And that's why we shouldn't be giving stans profiles. We shouldn't be encouraging this. We should not be allowing them to amass even more power in this kind of thing.
2026. Right. We got a big one for you here to kick off the new year. Star-studded. Last night, the biggest names in Hollywood were out for the Critics' Choice Awards in my hometown of Santa Monica, California. It was a big night packed with industry newcomers making history and also industry veterans taking home some of the trophies. Leonardo DiCaprio's big screen dark comedy, one battle after another. That picked up the win for Best Picture. The flick also starred Benicio del Toro, Sean Penn, and Tiana Taylor. So if you're looking to bet on the Oscars, that's a good place to start. The top acting award went to a different dramedy that just dropped at the end of the year. Timothy Chalamet's performance in the table tennis hit.
Also, just to remind you, last year at the Critics' Choice Awards, Best Picture went to Nora. That did win the Oscar. Best Director went to... Does anybody remember? Without looking it up. Does anybody remember who won Best Director? Yes, John Chu. John Chu won Best Director for Wicked. Yep, so that didn't happen at the Oscars. Best Actor went to Adrian Brody. He did win the Oscar. Best Actress went to Demi Moore, who did very well during award season, but ultimately lost to Mikey Madison. And Nora just had so much... Nora just had so much dominance at the show. Best Supporting Actor went to Kieran Culkin, and then Best Supporting Actress was Zoe Saldana. So we'll see how much the Critics' Choice ends up aligning with what happens at the Oscars.
Supreme scored him the win, and during his acceptance speech, the actor gave a nice little shout out to his girlfriend, Kylie Jenner.
And lastly, I'll just say thank you to my partner of 3 years. Thank you for our foundation. I love you. I couldn't do this without you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
That's funny. There's the Michael B. Jordan there. Yeah, it's funny cutaway.
Oh, which would have been nice.
Meanwhile, in the world of television, is one of our favorites, The Pit. That was the big winner of the night. Not only did the show take home the prize for Best Drama Series, but Noah Wyle, the a.k.a. Dr. Robbie, and his favorite nurse, played by Catherine Lanassa, scored individual honors. And here's one more. Can you guys guess which took home Best Song title? We'll just roll the clip.
Okay. Here's my take. I am not about Golden potentially winning all these awards this season. Careful here, Lady Kwan. I just feel that it will be a travesty if Golden keeps winning over Sinners, which to me, the music was one of the undeniable strengths of that film, but also just it being in line with cinema, you know? I Lied to You, that Miles Caton sings, who did win at Critics' Choice. I was happy to see he won Best Young Actor. But that whole scene is so unique from looking at the films of 2026. Like, that scene itself is such a standout, both in just the music, but also the visuals, cinematography, the way they coordinated that whole scene. And it's the thesis point. Yes, it's such an important part of the film. And so I get that Golden is a part of Netflix's biggest release of all time, but I gotta be so for real. It's kind of generic pop song. I think it's catchy, but so that's what pop songs are. And I just don't think it represents I just don't think it represents the best of in this category for the year. And this more feels like it's because of the global success that K-pop Demon Hunters had. It kind of gives We Are Charlie Kirk. Yeah, catchy on the level of We Are Charlie Kirk.
That's right. The K-pop Demon Hunters continue their reign. Looks like Golden still infectious heading into the new year. Is it?
I'm a big K-pop fan since SNSD and 2 p.m. and B-Stays, and I don't feel like this song is not doing anything new, so I totally agree. Yes, like when you listen to Golden, there's really nothing about it that really stands out and that you haven't heard before. If you're a K-pop fan, if you're just a pop fan, whereas I Lied to You from Sinners, that's a scene that I think even if you didn't necessarily love the film, I think you can say that it was a standout, that it was so visually and musically unique. At least it wasn't Girl in the Bubble, which is absolutely terrible, and I can't believe we'll probably get nominated for an Oscar.
Going to win an Oscar? Of course.
That's true.
Yeah, of course. Come on.
Surprise nobody. There's your pop start sneak peek.
Good stuff. Hey, thanks for watching.
Okay, so that's kind of my take here. So let's look at, where's the full list of Critics' Choice Awards. Let's skim through this. All right. So Best Young Actor went to Miles Caton from Sinners. Good to see him. Good to see him getting recognized for that. Best Supporting Actor in Drama Series, Tramel Tillman, Severance. Best Picture went to One Battle After Another. I wonder if this is going to be a situation from last year where it's kind of like Anora, in that in the beginning, everyone's like, oh yeah, it's going to be One Battle After Another. And then at some point, some other film starts to creep up, but then it delivers at the end. But then at the end, it was like, oh yeah, no, it was always going to be Anora. Or you think it's going to be Oppenheimer, where it's just all the way through, no questions, one battle after another. It really depends on how. I think it really depends on how marketing goes for some of these other contenders. If they manage to find some steam in the next 2 months, because some of them just came out. Like Marty Supreme just came out. Sentimental Value just came out. What else on here just came out? I don't have big hope for Sinners. I think Sinners can win some stuff, but I don't have hope for it in the as upending One Battle After Another for Best Picture. Okay, Best Actor Timothée Chalamet beating out Leo, Joel Edgerton, Ethan Hawke, Michael B. Jordan, Wagner Moura. Best Actress Jessie Buckley, who beat out Rose Byrne, Chase Infinity, Renata. Oh, fuck me. How many times have I learned to pronounce her name? Reinsve. Renat Reinsve. No, that's not right. I cannot. Somebody's got it. Somebody's got it, because it drives me nuts every time I see her. I'm like, Renata Reinsve. I did get it. Renata Reinsve. Okay, I did. Reinsve. All right, Renata Reinsve. It's at Grok. Amanda Seyfried and then Emma Stone. I have not seen Testament of Anne Lee. So this could be a good momentum push for Jessie Buckley. I feel like Emma Stone isn't. I just kind of feel like she's not really going to. She's not going to campaign for this like she did for Poor Things, which she just won for a couple years ago. Best Supporting Actor, Jacob Elordi won for Frankenstein. This is a competitive category. So I think that this is a nice boost for him. And it's why I was saying he could sneak in on that 5th Oscars slot. Maybe not even the 5th one at this point. But this is a tough category versus last year. It was so not even in question that Kieran Culkin was going to win. It was like he didn't even need to do anything. I don't even think he went to some of the award shows and he was still winning. I fear Sinners will never get the critical recognition it deserves, which seems to be coming easy for what is this link? Marty Supreme earned $6.73 million domestically on Friday. The film has earned $16.2 million since Christmas. Is projected gross $30 million by Sunday. Versus Variety talking about Sinners. Sinners has amassed $61 million in its global debut. It's a great result for an original R-rated horror film, yet the Warner Brothers release has a $90 million price tag before global marketing expenses, so profitability remains a ways away. Chelsea Handler actually had a good joke on this in her monologue, which...
Returning as your host for the 3rd year in a row, please welcome Chelsea Handler.
Just need to say, Nicole is looking good.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the 30th Annual Critics' Choice Awards. I am your DEI host, Chelsea Handler.
Wait, this is not this year. Hold on. Wait, this is... Why did that not... Chelsea Handler, critics... Maybe they don't have it on YouTube. Okay, I just wanted to find... I wanted to find the one joke that she had about Chelsea Handler, Sinners.
Dominated the box office, earning a staggering $368 million. White Hollywood was so shook after seeing the box office numbers. Variety ran the headline, "Do box office numbers really matter?" Sinners dominated the box office.
You know, I will just say I appreciate that this was called out on stage because it was such bullshit. It was such bullshit how clearly Variety was intentional in their reporting on Sinners opening weekend. And when you look at everything that Ryan Coogler and that film came up against, and despite its enormous success as both an original film, a commercially successful original film, it was quite telling. It was quite telling. So she's not wrong on this joke. She also had another one that I was glad to see. David. I was glad to see set on that stage as well.
Who start this really fun place for entertainment, and then vampires show up, suck the life out of everybody, and burn it all to the ground. Fun fact, the original name of the main vampire was David Zaslav. Sinners is the story.
Michael B. Jordan trying not to laugh. We see you. His reaction is iffy. No. That's him laughing and trying to pretend that he's not laughing.
We had so many fun dynamic duos this year. We had Leo and Benicio. We had George Clooney and Adam Sandler. Michael B. Jordan and Michael B. Jordan. Benicio, where are you? You've had a phenomenal year this year, and we need to see more of you. I need you in more movies, in more TV shows, in room 708 at the Andaz Hotel tonight. And of course, I want to salute the ladies of One Battle After Another. Give it up for the ladies. Tiana, you were so hot in this movie. Oh my God. And I hate to rip off other people's writing, but I have to say that this absolutely pops for you. Leo's here. Thank God. Leo almost didn't make it tonight because he was trapped on a boat in St. Bart's.
This is
it was
a good
just
joke.
like the Titanic, but worse because Jeff Bezos was there. Sinners was a massive blockbuster. Although I haven't been invited into a black person's house since, except Nicki Minaj's, but who wants to go over there? We made amazing, I didn't, but you guys did, made amazing original shows that everyone couldn't stop talking about until that gay hockey show from Canada came along. Shout out to Heated.
She's lost the libs. Yes, Chelsea has political opinions that I have called out before, but I will say getting up on stage and clearly going after the superficial liberalism in Hollywood, libs who are just they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They'll hang out with Jeff Bezos. They'll there's not lines.
Rivalry. Everyone loves it. Gay men love it. Women love it. Straight men who say they aren't gay but work out at Equinox love it. Speaking of Canadians, I'd like to see naked. Seth Rogen is here tonight. Years of playing stoners, slackers, and underachievers who do next to nothing all day prepared Seth for his latest role of someone who does even less, a studio head.
It's sad that she's doing more than most award shows. They were horrified to say anything last year. The last couple years have been pretty crickets with a few exceptions. Wasn't it what show were we watching? Oh no, it was the Emmys though. So that would have it was the Emmys in September where like some CBS guy He made more of a strong political statement against what ICE had been doing at the order of the Trump administration. He had more to say than celebrities on that show, besides like Hannah Einbinder. So I am hoping that this award season we see some backbone. We see the reemergence of speeches that have an urgency to them, and it's not just like, oh, I want to try to play nice. Oh, I'm just gonna be boring and nice. Because the last couple years, it's been a lot of that. All right, Best Supporting Actress, Amy Madigan in Weapons. So simultaneously, I don't agree, obviously, with the Wicked stans who are screaming about Amy Madigan winning. But I also don't think Amy Madigan, who I love, I don't think she should be winning awards. I don't think Amy Madigan. I see sometimes the critics do this shit. I'm like, are you guys just trying to be different? Are you kind of trying to be the Globes? What's going on? Are you trying to do something, especially now that you're the first award show, that you're ahead of the Globes? She's good in Weapons, yes, but like, let's be serious. Let's be serious. We're gonna put Amy Madigan's performance in Weapons over a number of people in the category. Like, I just don't agree. I just don't agree with it. And I thought she was great, but I don't think that I don't think it was like worthy of being considered best supporting performance. But also that probably has to do with the fact that I was kind of ultimately disappointed by Weapons. You know, that's a good point. I'm happy someone from a horror movie won, but like, what about One Me? What about from Sinners? I would have happily accepted this. I say happily accepted me. You know, if we want to finally give some love and attention to horror films and performances in horror films, there's one right there. Okay, Best Director went to PTA for one battle after another. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's going to be, I feel like it's going to be one battle and it's going to be Paul Thomas Anderson. Best Casting and Ensemble went to Sinners. Best Costume Design went to Frankenstein. Best Hair and Makeup went to Frankenstein. Best Visual Effects went to Avatar, Fire and Ash. Best Animated Feature, no surprise, K-Pop Demon Hunters. Best Comedy went to The Naked Gun. Best Foreign Language Film, Secret Agent. Okay, let's talk about this.
Wow.
Let's talk about this bullshit. This is a moment from the show last night that a lot of people are talking about and a lot of people are really disgusted by. And what happened was on the red carpet, they were announcing the Lesser Critics' Choice Award categories, which I also just don't like that. I also just don't like that kind of titling of this being a lesser award. Why? Because it's a foreign language film. Don't love that. But this is the film Secret Agent, which ended up winning Best Foreign Language Film. And it is a Portuguese film. It's a Brazilian film. It's in Portuguese. This is starring Wagner Moura, who was also nominated for Best Actor. So the fact that the lead of that film was nominated for a major category, but then they still deem it not worthy of being at the show. And then the way they went about it by doing it on the red carpet, and watch this. This is so bad.
Yeah. I have a very special surprise for you. Really? Congratulations. What? The Critics' Choice Award for Best Foreign Language Film goes to The Secret Agent.
Yeah?
You're winners tonight, baby! Winner. Did you have any idea?
No.
You had no idea?
No.
Oh my God.
Also, I know that this is the vibe of a lot of red carpet hosts, but it's so cringy. It's so awkward. It feels like it adds to the disrespect. Winner! Did you know? Did you know? And they're standing here like, are we being pranked? Is this a fucking joke? It feels insulting. It's also disrespectful to the other nominees. Yes. It's so, yeah, are you gagged, mama? Aren't you so gagged, mama? Yes, it's disrespectful to the nominees. It's disrespectful to the winning film. It's just insulting all around. And the way it's being presented, oh my God. Oh my God. Look, I'm just saying it, but Caroline Kwan would never do this. Like, even if I'm in the position where I'm on the red carpet and they go, hey, you have to give this award to the team who made Secret Agent because that's just how we're doing things now. I think I would try and be a little less like red carpet hosty obnoxious. You know, I think recognizing that this is an insulting moment. I hate when award shows do this. Yes, and look, most award shows give awards not on stage. And that's why I did say the Oscars moving to YouTube, one good potential thing about that is that they don't have to follow the parameters of it being on cable anymore. They don't have to get it under that 3-hour mark, which means that a lot of the below the line award categories just don't get any moment at the show. So yes, this is something that award shows do, but this is like the absolute worst way to do it. And I'm also really sick and tired of foreign language film being a footnote because it's foreign. It's just so there's just something that's really gross about that.
Congratulations to you. Love the film, and we've got a lot more show to go here, so stay put. This is Live for Me, Critics' Choice Awards.
Like, look at his face. Look at his face. He's like, what the fuck? She's like, oh my God, we love the show, don't we? Anyway, there's more to come here with Live from E.
Yeah. I have a very special surprise for you. Really? Congratulations.
What?
The Critics' Choice Award for Best Foreign Language Film goes to The Secret Agent.
Yeah?
You're winners tonight, baby! Winner. Did you have any idea?
No.
You had no idea?
No.
Oh my God. Congratulations to you. Love the film, and we've got a lot more show to go here, so stay put. This is Live for Me, Critics' Choice Awards.
Yeah?
I have a
Like, do they even get to give a little speech? Do they even get to say anything? Before it's just, okay, we love the movie. We love you guys. Get the fuck out of here. Be gone. The foreign language category often has my favorite movies of the year. And yet the disrespect towards foreign language films continues. The throw to commercial is so diabolical. I know. It's so bad. It's so fucked up. And if I were all of Brazil, I would be very angry about this. Rightfully so. You know what's crazy too? They had the director. Let me get his name. So, Kleber Mendonça Filho. He is right there getting his secret award. They had him and Wagner Moura on stage, and they presented or they announced the winner for Best Picture. So it's like they had him be a part of the show in announcing the winner for Best Picture, but then doesn't even get to receive his own award on stage And on top of that, it's done in this manner. Unacceptable. It's just really it's really, really unacceptable. Here, let me see if I can find when the
Filho Wagner Moura. Como eles estão lindos!
wait, that's in Portuguese. Okay.
And also honor all the other films that we respect and love so much on this list. Thank you very much. Now it's our honor to present the award.
Yeah, he basically had to say thanks for the award and the other films were great when he went on stage to present.
Best picture.
This has been an amazing year for international films as well. An amazing year. Dare I say, a better year of international films, which kind of happens actually often, than American films.
Or, as we call it in Brazil, best foreign picture. Here are the nominees.
Warfiend, thank you for the 3 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Rain, thank you for the 14 months. Fresney, thank you for the 29 months. And so I'm just going to go back real quickly because I was talking about the Oscars moving to YouTube. I do think things are going to start shifting, hopefully in the direction of recognizing the importance of international films. And that being because the Oscars moving to YouTube is in effort to bring in a global audience. YouTube is free around the world. People have access to it. So hopefully that also means that there is more attention paid to international films. And they're not treated as a footnote. It's not treated as like, you're lucky to be at these American award shows. And the Oscars have been, they've been on that track, but I think moving to YouTube, they're going to be more incentivized, of course, to place great emphasis on international film communities and films. All right, so that was best foreign language film. In competition it was Just an Accident, Left-Handed Girl, No Other Choice, Surat, and Belen, which they also didn't let. I think there was like some drama here too. They didn't let Sentimental Value not considered for. Yeah, Sentimental Value missed the foreign language category despite earning 7 nominations overall. This is in the Oscars race. A new rule introduced this year clarifies that any non-English language film cited in the Best Picture lineup is no longer eligible for foreign language, which is stupid. Yeah, the even more baffling omission was no best foreign language film, which had The Secret Agent win a slight upset. Even if Oscar frontrunner Sentimental Value was not actually nominated in the category, the best foreign language film included several other nominees that are still in the conversation for Best Picture Oscar nomination, including It Was Just an Accident, No Other Choice, and Surat. Best Picture presenters Mora and his secret agent director Kleber had one of the best jokes of the night, saying how that category would be the foreign one in their native Brazil. But comparing the 10 Best Picture nominees at the CCAs, were Sentimental Values the only film not in English, to the 12 films nominated for drama or musical comedy at the Globes, almost half of which are not in English, it does feel like the latter awards body is more in line with how the Oscars, which have had multiple international Best Picture nominees the last 2 years, is evolving. All right, Best Song went to Golden. We already talked about that. Best Drama Series went to The Pit. I feel like The Pit is going to have pretty hard to beat domination in the television award categories. Best Actor in a Drama Series, Noah Wyle from The Pit. Best Actress was Rhea Seehorn, and I want to watch her speech. Rhea.
Just got to meet William H. Macy. Sorry. Thank you guys.
Oh, I noticed they didn't show Britt Lower's predator husband. I wonder if the camera guy was told, the camera person was told, hey, yeah, probably don't show the husband.
I'm sorry. I'm a terrible public speaker and I've never answered any question in 30 seconds. So I'm sorry. Well, thank you to the Critics' Choice Association for this honor and this beautiful night. It's been such a lovely evening. And I have to thank my fellow.
If you don't know, Britt Lower is married to. She is married to Kenna Kenor. He is a celebrity hairstylist. He's famous in the hair world. And he has been publicly accused many times of sexual assault. There are a lot of allegations against him. And they got married in 2024. So this was after the allegations. I think 2020 was 2020 was the year that a couple women who said that they had worked with him on set came forward. And yeah, it's one of those where you just go, feels bad, man. I don't know what your relationship is. I obviously don't know. I don't know the specifics, the details here, but there's something about that, yeah, you just kind of side eye. She's taken him to events than more ever since the victims came out. Yes, and she deletes comments. She blocks people. It's multiple women. Yeah, it's very side eye. Also, he was wearing a very stupid looking hat at the award show.
Who are some of my heroes in acting for your performances. Kathy and Carrie and Britt and Bella and Carrie. And I know we're not on a first name basis, but I'm just going to pretend for tonight that that's normal. This role, Carol Sturka, is a role of a lifetime, and I want to thank Vince Gilligan.
How long were they together? They met at the 74th Primetime Emmy Awards, which was in 2022. See, that's another part of it where I'm like, huh? That feels strange because he styled her. And that was where they met. Yeah, it hasn't even been that long. And that was also 2 years after these allegations were publicly made. Anyway, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm going to start this all over because I don't want to take this moment away from Rhea Seehorn.
terrible public speaker and I've never answered any question in 30 seconds, so I'm sorry. Well, thank you to the Critics' Choice Association for this honor and this beautiful night. It's been such a lovely evening. And I have to thank my fellow nominees, who are some of my heroes in acting, for your performances. Kathy and Carrie and Britt and Bella and Carrie, and I know we're not on a first name basis, but I'm just gonna pretend for tonight that that's normal. This role, Carol Sturka, is a role of a lifetime, and I wanna thank Vince Gilligan for creating it. And I wanna thank him for trusting me with it. And thank you to all my writers and my directors and my producers, many of whom are sitting over there, for the space you give me to create whatever and what you create for me. Thank you to my crew from the bottom of my heart. Thank you to my beautiful cast, Carolina Widra. Yeah, right? She's incredible. And Carlos Manuel Vesca, Samba Shuta, Miriam Shore, Jeff Hiller, all of our guest stars, all of our day players, all of our background artists that did incredible work in this show. Thank you to casting. Thank you to Apple TV. Yes. Thank you to Sony. And thank you to all of them. And thank you to my incredible support team. I have Ruth Bernstein and Kendall at Viewpoint, my agents at UTA, my incredible manager, Alyssa Bradenberg, Jessica Pastor. It takes a whole village, and then there's my family and my friends.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be mean.
Jessica Pastor. It takes
this woman is doing the most intense eyes.
Whole village, and then there's my family and my friends, and Gray, my son, who's here.
Why are they showing me?
And McLean and my partner Graham. Thank you.
Also, the camera cutting to Leo when she calls out her son's name.
Family and my friends, and Gray, my son, who's here.
Leo DiCaprio is Rhea Seehorn's son?
And McLean and my partner Graham. Thank you guys for all the love.
Also, just to clarify, in case anyone was only half listening or if I was making it confusing, Britt Lauer is married to Kenna Kenor. That is who has been accused of sexual assault and harassment by multiple women who she met after these allegations were made public. Met him at the Emmys because he styled her hair, and then they got married in 2024. The reason I brought it up is because the camera had panned to Britt as Rhea started giving her acceptance speech. So not talking about Rhea and her partner. And her son, Leo DiCaprio. They also cut to MBJ when Timmy talked about his partner. Yes, because sometimes I think they might be cutting to people in the audience, but it's the timing, right? When somebody on stage is like, my son, my partner. My son, Leonardo DiCaprio. Ever seen, if you don't love Rhea Seehorn as tutorial witch in Magic the Gathering 1997, then you don't deserve her as Carol Sturka.
Lands, spells, and art.
Powers undreamt of on the mortal plane.
What? You access these mighty magics by building decks of cards, carefully selecting a balance of creatures, lands, spells, and artifacts that will work together to vanquish your wizardly opponents.
Powers undreamt of.
Oh my God, this is incredible. This is incredible.
IMDb says your first credit as a professional actor was playing the tutorial sorceress in the Magic the Gathering video game.
That was a very early job. Yes.
Yes. And
so in the original game, like it was software of the game, of the card game, and but it came with a tutorial, and on the back of the box, but it would be like a teeny tiny window on your screen would be the tutorial about how to navigate through the game. And Me and an actor named Reggie, we were playing sorcerer and sorceress, and it was so low budget that they didn't have shoes, but they wanted us to look like we were wearing kind of gladiator.
So it was so low budget that we didn't have shoes is hilarious.
You access these mighty magics by building decks of cards.
I'm crying.
Sorcerer boots or whatever. So we're just wearing tube socks with electrical tape in crisscross fashion.
Oh wow! It's on YouTube. You can watch the whole thing.
Oh,
as
get
I did.
out.
If you are a Ray Seahorn completist, it's out there for you. And have you ever?
OMG. I went to Best Buy. I was so excited that my photo was on the back that I went to Best Buy, and I couldn't afford whatever the game was back then. It was like $45 or something. And I showed them the picture on the back, and I was like, "This is me! Oh my God, I did that!" The picture, and I was like, "Would you give me a copy?" And what is wrong with that?
No.
Oh my God. I wonder if anyone has managed to, if she's managed to get a copy since then.
No.
That's amazing.
IMDb says your first credit as a professional actor.
I love that she said to Best Buy, "Can I have this? I don't have any money, but that's me." That is the most early actor shit ever, where you're so excited. You're so excited just to book any work. You're like, "That's me. I have a copy of it." Do you know what would be the coolest thing ever? Maybe she has a copy though. See, this is the kind of shit that I would love to do. Being on a red carpet, knowing I'm going to interview Rhea Seahorn. She comes along and I'm like, "Hey, I have a gift for you actually." And she's like, "What?" And I pull out a copy of Magic the Gathering that she had an iconic roll on. And I go, "That's you." And then I say, "Can you sign this for me?" I'm like, "Oh, actually, I'm keeping this. I just wanted you to sign this." I'm so sorry. You thought I was going to give this to you. I'm rewatching Lucifer and I saw you in an app. Did I imagine that? Nope. That is me. She should have gone to an independent game store. They probably would have given it to her. Yeah, Best Buy is like, "No. We don't give a shit." I'm probably going to get it signed if she comes to Seattle for a con. Yeah, that's so fun. That's so fun. Having her sign your copy of Magic the Gathering PC 1999 is so very Carol Sturga. I love Rhea Seahorn. I may not love Pluribus as much as I loved Better Call Saul, but I think it was a real tragedy. Justice must be served for the fact that the performances in that show were not given the awards that they deserved. Having to watch Bob Odenkirk year after year after year sit there and know that he just wasn't going to win. Remember, we watched that compilation one time. That compilation of every single year he was nominated and just not winning. She was snubbed. Yeah. And then finally Rhea got her nomination and then didn't win. So at least she's being recognized for Pluribus. At least. Justice, better late than never. Here's the Magic video she's in. We just watched it. That's what kicked this off. This unbelievable acting.
Carefully selecting a balance of creatures.
When she spawns in.
You access these mighty magics by building decks of cards. Carefully selecting.
It's so brilliant. The cape. My God. Don't you just miss the 90s? Not only did the best screenplays not get speeches, but they aren't even on the winners list you were looking at. So no shout out for Ryan Coogler and PTA. What the fuck was going on with the Critics' Choice Awards? Catherine Lanasa won for The Pit. The studio won Best Comedy Series. Seth Rogen won Best Actor in a Comedy Series for The Studio. Jean Smart, Hacks, won for Best Actress in a Comedy Series. Best Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series was Ike Barinholtz, Studio. Best Supporting Actress in a Comedy Series was Janelle James, Abbott Elementary, and then Adolescence for Best Limited. Just very much a repeat of what we've seen at previous shows with television awards. Best Movie Made for Television, Bridget Jones, Mad About the Boy. Best Actor in a Limited Series, Stephen Graham for Adolescence. Best Actress in a Limited Series, Sarah Snook, All Her Fault. Has anybody seen this? Is it any good? Best Supporting Actor in a Limited Series, Owen Cooper, Adolescence. Yeah, this doesn't have screenplay on it. Is The Pit worth watching? Yes. All Her Fault was okay. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I've gotten. There's a video game called Command and Conquer Tiberian Sun that had James Earl Jones in the full motion video cutscenes. Yeah, that's been something that y'all have informed me of, is great film and theater actors being in video games. Video games in like the 80s and 90s. All Her Fault is juicy as fuck. She's amazing and the plot is but shit gets a gasp. Okay, it's one of those shows. It's one of those shows that it's juicy, you'll watch it, but you're like, it's not. It is what it is. Scrawled in Iker. Thank you for the prime. Okay. I think that's kind of. all I had to say on Critics' Choice. Of course, we have the Globes on Sunday, so we've got more. I have so many movies to watch. I'm going to make, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make Sam see Marty Supreme with me. We were figuring out a time to like we hang and catch up, and I'm like, okay, here's what we're gonna do. You're going to see Marty Supreme with me. Cool. Great. Is Marty Supreme a form of torture? No, but I'm just gonna go make Sam go see it. Have you seen The Secret Agent? It's good, but can be confusing. I haven't. I'm gonna be real honest. I'm a little panicked. I'm a little panicked because usually at this point I've seen a lot more movies than I have currently seen. And it's I just feel really behind. It feels like Struggle City. Yeah. What haven't you seen? I haven't seen a lot. Get those streamers and stream them on Twitch for us. You know what? Why not? I avoid doing award show coverage the night of because I don't want to get banned, but I'm sure I could watch the films on stream. It'll be fine. Yeah, I saw this. Meg Stalter and Paul Downs going as Timothée Chalamet and Kylie Jenner to the Critics' Choice Awards. These orange fits. He even has the bag. I feel like they have so much fun. This is a show that I am so jealous of, not just because I love this show, but because they really feel like they're all friends and they just have so much fun. What show is it? They are both in the show Hacks. Okay, let's do a little bit of talking about Maduro, who just today pled not guilty, said he's been kidnapped by the United States, which, yeah, so that's what's happening there. And I have noticed an overlap in people otherwise seem kind of level-headed and yet are reposting propagandist accounts. I'm noticing this overlap between, and for good reason, between people who are supporting what we're doing in Venezuela with sharing Zionist propagandist accounts. And it should come as no surprise, even for those who think that this is somehow an exception, that this is somehow not the same. It's not aligned with like supporting Israel or supporting the Trump administration. That no, this is all aligned. This is all imperialism and fascism. And I don't understand. I don't understand how somebody who's sharing these propaganda accounts isn't recognizing like why Zionist propagandists would be sharing pro-bombing and pro-invading Venezuela posts. Do you not understand how this is connected? Anyway, all right. Let's watch this little clip. Yeah, so interesting that the mainstream media isn't focusing on this and they keep showing us like the same three people from Florida going, "We love Donald Trump. We are free. The US is liberators." This is from that video of that march is from November. I mean, this is breakthrough news. They're saying that this was from January 4th, 2026. If this is from November, I think the sentiment still stands, though, that what's not being shown is the masses of people in Venezuela who do not support the United States intervening in their country. That this is not something to just brush over and pretend like all of Venezuela is so thrilled that that their country is being bombed, that their leader, whether they support their leader or not, has been kidnapped illegally, that an illegitimate coup has taken place. I'm out. That's cool. I don't think anybody cares. But thanks for announcing like you're at an airport where no one cares either.
A stunning scene in a New York courtroom where a head of state, Nicolas Maduro, says he has been kidnapped by the U.S. He was captured and deposed as president of Venezuela in a weekend raid ordered by President Donald Trump, who now claims, quote, "We are in charge of Venezuela."
And we have team coverage. Carlos Guanda has been talking with local
Champagne
Venezuelans
mango,
to
thank you
get
for 21
their
months.
reaction.
Ethiopian
We
baddie,
begin with
thank you
Rob
for 3
Hayes
months.
live in our newsroom with more on the U.S. attack on Venezuela and whether President Trump might target other sovereign nations. Rob.
Did you see the video of the guy who took down the Saddam statue, regretting it years later because of how much worse it became? I mean, how many times does it have to be said that, like, people in Iraq and the media certainly highlighted it repeatedly, but Iraqis who also falsely believed that the United States were their liberators. And so this idea of the U.S. being liberators that was pushed by our media and political classes is one that we see over and over. And so that's why I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there are Venezuelans who are like, yes, the United States, they're liberating us. Yes, this is great. This is what we wanted. Because one, Venezuela is not a monolith. And so you have to pay attention to the people who are being propped up in U.S. media. And two, which is more important, it doesn't matter because there can be no justification and no support of America intervening in this very aggressively violent, illegal way. And we know the motivations. We know the motivations of why they're doing so. But even if the motivations were, oh, we want to help the people of Venezuela, which it's not, it still does. It is still dangerous to support this, action and what this does to the idea of the right of sovereign states to have that sovereignty, for people to have the right to self-determination. That all goes away. And it's basically like, oh, America has the ability and no one is standing against them from doing whatever it is they wish, from bucking a rules-based order, from completely ignoring international law, but ensuring that other countries follow it. Afghanis had faith in America. We stranded them to get slaughtered by the Taliban. I mean, every fucking time, it's the same story.
Yeah, you know, after snagging Venezuela's leader over the weekend, President Trump has renewed his calls for an American takeover of Greenland. He's threatening military action against Colombia, and Marco Rubio is now saying Cuba is in a lot of trouble. All of that going on today while Nicolas Maduro pleaded innocent in a U.S. court this morning.
Yeah, and if we don't stand up against what's happening in Venezuela, what they're telling us is we're just going to keep doing this. We're setting our sights on Cuba. We're setting our sights on Mexico. They're saying it openly. They're saying it publicly. So that's what we mean by dangerous precedent. That's what we mean by they are going to push this as far as they can go.
From president to prisoner, Nicolas Maduro, Venezuela's deposed leader, led in handcuffs along with his wife Celia Flores to a New York courthouse this morning, less than 2 days after the couple was extracted in a U.S. military operation. At his arraignment, Maduro pleading not guilty to 4 felony drug and weapon charges.
What the government is alleging is that Maduro and his wife were handing out passports to drug dealers. They were engaging in murder and kidnapping.
Maduro, Flores, and 4 others are accused of leading a 25-year narco-terrorism conspiracy that imported tons of cocaine from Venezuela through Mexico and Colombia into the U.S. The judge asking Maduro, how do you plead to the indictment? Maduro, through an interpreter, saying, I am innocent. I am not guilty. I am...
Except this is from 6 hours ago. Justice Department drops claim that Venezuela's Cartel de los Soles is an actual group. This flimsy pretense that the reason they're doing this, or one of the reasons that they're doing this, is because of all the drug trafficking, because of the dangerous drug cartel that Nicolas Maduro is in charge of. Last year, before capturing President Nicolas Maduro, the Trump administration designated a Venezuelan slang term for drug corruption in the military as a terrorist organization and said he led it. But now the Justice Department has backed off this dubious claim about Maduro that the Trump administration promoted last year in laying the groundwork to remove him from power, accusing him of leading a drug cartel called Cartel de los Soles. So now that they have him, they're not even trying to keep up the bullshit. They're like, yeah, no. And everyone knows it was fake. We all know it was fake, but doesn't matter. It's such a fucking joke. As soon as they have him, they're like, yeah, we're too lazy to even keep pretending like this drug cartel that we've claimed Maduro is in charge of, that this is real.
Decent man, I am still president of my country. But legal analysts say that claim of being president may not buy him immunity to prosecution.
Both Republican and Democratic administrations for a number of years now did not.
What are they going to charge him with? I mean, they're still gonna try and get him on drug trafficking, on weapons charges, but what they're abandoning is the claim that Cartel de los Soles is an actual organization. 10 out of 10. Yeah, I saw this. Nicolas Maduro charged with felony oil possession. I have to say, The Onion, for the last couple years especially, The Onion has been one of the only sites that I feel gives me back some of my sanity. The Onion is just always getting it right.
Recognize him as the head of state. So I think that that's a challenging or uphill battle for him to raise that argument.
Outside the courthouse today, protesters from both sides facing off. Police forced to separate the two groups at one point. Inside the court, someone yelling at Maduro in Spanish, "You will pay in the name of Venezuela." Maduro responding, "I am a prisoner of war. I will be free." But the 63-year-old is facing up to life in prison. And if not that, the minimum sentences on some charges hit 20 years each. Meanwhile, we're learning more about the U.S. military extraction. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth today saying there were 200 U.S. personnel involved in the Caracas operation. Those who were hurt suffered minor, non-life-threatening injuries. Casualties on the Venezuelan side include 32 Cuban military members. Sources say Maduro didn't trust his own military to protect him. Now, one interesting note, Maduro and his wife did not ask for bail in court today. Experts say they most likely will, but add that such a request would probably be denied since they pose a flight risk and could be considered a danger to society with alleged links to drug cartels.
Another onion banger that's just swapping Latin America for Mideast. This war will destabilize the entire Mideast region and set off a global shockwave of anti-Americanism versus no, it won't. This is from 22 years ago. George Bush may think that a war against Iraq is a solution to our problems, but the reality is it will only serve to create far more. This war will not put an end to anti-Americanism. It will fan the flames of hatred even higher. Yeah, you ever wonder why people in countries that we bomb and invade go death to America? It will make possible it will not end the threat of weapons of mass destruction. It will make possible their further proliferation. Yeah, because now if you don't have nukes, you don't have sovereignty. If you don't have nukes, then you have nothing to protect yourself from the empire coming in and raising whatever they want to the ground, taking whatever resources. And it will not lay the groundwork for the flourishing of democracy throughout the Mideast. It will harden the resolve of Arab states to drive out all Western influence. If you thought Osama bin Laden was bad, just wait until the countless children who become orphaned by U.S. bombs in the coming weeks are all grown up. Do you think they'll forget what countries dropped the bombs that killed their parents? In 10 or 15 years, we'll look back fondly on the days when there were only a few thousand Middle Easterners dedicated to destroying the U.S. and willing to die for the fundamentalist cause. From this war, 1 million bin Ladens will bloom. And what exactly is our endgame here? Do we really believe that we can install General Tommy Franks as the ruler of Iraq or Donald Trump as the ruler of Venezuela? Is our arrogance and hubris so great that we actually believe that a U.S. provisional military regime will be welcomed with open arms by the Iraqi people? Democracy cannot possibly thrive under coercion. To take over a country and impose one's own system of government without regard for the people of that country is the very antithesis of democracy, and it is doomed to fail. A war against Iraq is not only morally wrong, it will be an unmitigated disaster. And here's the counterpoint. No, it won't. It just won't. None of that will happen. You're getting worked up over nothing. Everything's going to be fine. So just relax, okay? You're really overreacting. This war will not put an end to anti-Americanism. It will fan the flames of hatred even higher. It won't. It will harden the resolve of Arab states to drive out all Western influence. Not really. A war against Iraq is not only morally wrong, it will be an unmitigated disaster. Sorry, no, I disagree. To take over a country and impose one's own system of government without regard for the people of that country is the very antithesis of democracy. You're completely wrong. Trust me, it's all going to work out perfect. Nothing bad is going to happen. It's all under control. Why do you keep saying these things? I can tell when there's trouble looming, and I really don't sense that right now. We're in control of this situation, and we know what we're doing, so stop being so pessimistic. Look, you've been proven wrong, so stop talking. You've had your say already. Be quiet, okay? Everything's fine. You're wrong. That is from 22 years ago.
Okay, thank you for waiting. The president has asked me to come out and make a brief statement about the wire that just went out a couple minutes ago. To make things short, I will just confirm that yes, we do have a moon base, and yes, we are currently experiencing some bear problems. Now, I will open it up if there are any questions.
Mr. Press Secretary! Mr. Press Secretary! Mr. Press Secretary!
New York Times.
Yes. I have a 11-part question.
I'm sorry, I only have time for 2.
All right, let me get this straight. So the United States government is admitting that we do have a moon base and that there is a bear problem on said moon base.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, follow-up question. Are you us?
That's a really good question. No, we are not, and I would like to remind everyone to keep the language civilized. This is the White House.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, Bob Daniels, Newsweek.
Mr. Daniels.
How long have we had the moon base? And are these bears Earth bears, or are they from the moon?
I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to disclose how long we have had this moon base at this time. We do believe these to be Earth bears. We have no reason to believe these to be lunar bears or even Saturn bears.
Todd Albright, PBS. There's Saturn bears?
I am also not at liberty to go into the various types of woodland life forms on Saturn or any of the other 12 planets.
9 planets.
Right. I've said too much already. What I can show you is the images that have been beamed down to us from the Odyssey satellite system just a couple hours ago. This is the view out of the front door of the United States secret moon base. This was taken yesterday before we discovered the bear problem. And this one was taken just a couple hours ago. So, as you can see, bears everywhere.
Mr. Press Secretary! Mr. Press Secretary! Mr. Press Secretary!
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, those bears appear to have guns and motorcycles.
We believe they may be involved in some sort of intergalactic drug cartel, perhaps affiliated with one of the interstellar wizard alliances.
Wizard alliances?
Yes, next question.
Just a thought, more of a shot in the dark, but we wouldn't happen to be invading
Venezuela
today, would we?
They also re-released this sketch during all the are we going to war with Iran? I like that they just keep this sketch just keeps coming back around.
You got me.
I fell for it. You almost got away with that one.
No, I went too far. I almost had it. I should have stopped after the slides. I knew I should have stopped
I didn't
there.
think anything about it until the cartel thing, and I was like, what?
Okay, all right, let's forget this whole thing. Who wants a drink? First round's on me. Come on.
Yeah! They released this 2 days ago and said we were early, but we weren't wrong about Venezuela. For anyone not aware, the original was Iran. Speaking of the media, actual BBC guidelines to its journalists on finessing Maduro's abduction. To ensure clarity and consistency in our reporting, please follow these guidelines when describing the recent events in Venezuela. Captured. Please attribute this to the U.S. description of the operation. Example, the U.S. said Maduro was captured during the operation. Seized. Acceptable for use in our own reporting where appropriate. Avoid using kidnapped. Thanks for keeping this in mind as you work on related stories. Yeah, that's not concerning at all. That doesn't make me think yet again how the media is here to serve the state interests. Not concerning at all. Let's avoid using the word kidnapped. I mean, we saw this so much with how the media continues to talk about Israel and Palestine. We saw similarly when there would be, there would be posts like this that were showing the exact language that was being dictated to journalists in a newsroom of what they were to avoid, of what they should really emphasize, making sure that they use passive language that doesn't make it seem as if what Israel, the United States of Israel is doing is wrong, is illegal, because the word kidnapped, that sounds like a crime. And we don't want to give off the vibe that the United States, who have said that Maduro was captured, were doing anything illegal or illegitimate or bad. We don't do crimes, we stop crimes. It's almost like the media is owned by the rich ruling class. Almost. Erin Burnett on CNN could hardly contain her excitement about the U.S. owning 30 million people in Venezuela. Yeah. Erin Burnett. Okay, I don't know why I can't hear anything. Cheerfully announces that Venezuela and its people are owned by the United States. I don't know why there's no sound, but I'm sure I can just. Erin Burnett. Man, these people go full mask off.
People, and now that is owned by the United States. No matter, Venezuela has a population of 30 million people, and now that is owned by the United States.
Yeah, they really go mask off when it comes to brown people. Oh, see, so what's the difference between CNN and Fox News? Blonde hair? When's your next call into BBC Radio 1 for an American perspective? Yeah, I don't think that they'll be calling me for my perspective. Because I will be using the word kidnap. And they'll be like, ooh, that word's a little harsh. That word is one that we're trying to avoid. Okay, we don't really like how that comes across. Did y'all see this? This is, I've seen a lot of astonishing things, but this is certainly up there. A young organizer in Grand Rapids, Michigan, who is arrested because they don't give a fuck. They don't care if this is in plain view, if this is literally on the news.
This is not just a foreign issue, it's our tax dollars that are also being used to commit these war crimes. It is also the duty of us.
You can see right here in the background. In the background, you can see the police car
people to
pull up.
stand against the Trump regime, the Trump administration that are committing crimes both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela.
Now, in the background of this interview, you could see that police car. And now right here, we're showing you video we have. Immediately after the interview finished, Plichta was arrested by 2 Grand Rapids police officers. You can see it in the video. And an officer tells Plichta that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command from a police officer. You can see as she's taken away in that car, she was issuing a number of messages about wanting the U.S. to free Maduro. But again, she was taken away by police officers there, and you can see in this video, officers were closely following this procession in downtown Grand Rapids. We have reached out to GRPD for more information about the arrest, but we have not heard back so far.
Yeah, so as this person said, this seems bad. This seems bad. So for the people,
this is not just in
for the supporters of the kidnapping and bombing operation, do you look at this and go, yeah, you know what? This seems pretty bad. I'm over here pointing fingers and being like, authoritarianism, fascism. Look at this, these poor people in this poor country. They don't have any freedom. Do you turn around and look in your own country and recognize that this is bad? You'd get arrested in Russia for saying, what are we, North Korea? No, we're the United States of America. What are we? What are we, a bunch of Asians? Organizer speaks out after GRPD arrested her during interview with 13 OAS following protests downtown. Just days after Jessica Plichta's arrest was caught on camera by 13 On Your Side following an interview. And this is how emboldened they are. This is how brazen they are. They don't give a shit. The current vibes is we don't give a fuck. Whether it's Donald Trump talking about all the great oil that's American oil, that these oil companies are going to have a real great day and that we're going to go in and take this oil and that he's going to run Venezuela, or it's law enforcement just brazenly abusing the rights of civilians, the freedom of civilians that we keep being told is back. We keep being told that we have all this freedom. So here's what Jessica said. I had just finished my interview, and as soon as the light to the camera shot off, 2 police officers came up behind me and said, "Put your hands on your head, you're under arrest," and grabbed each of my arms with the mic still in my hand and took me to the police car. She said she was arrested for failure to obey a lawful order of a police officer, which happened after marching in the streets of Grand Rapids against U.S. actions in Venezuela on January 3rd. She's an organizer with Grand Rapids Opponents of War and Freedom Road Socialist Organization. I was put in the police car and they drove me to a secondary location because they said I was making a scene. Yeah, that's really
a foreign issue.
That's really the vibe I'm getting here. She is dangerous and was clearly making a scene and was resisting and needed to be removed for our safety.
Crimes. It is also the duty.
See it in the video, and an officer
she's saying I'm not resisting.
Tells Plichta that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command from a police officer. You can see.
See, this is why you don't trust cops. Because they fucking lie. They said I was making a scene, and so they got me out at the secondary location. They had me bend over the police car. They patted me down, ruined my belongings, and then they put me back in the police car without buckling my seatbelt and drove me to the Kent County Jail. She says processing at the jail took a while, and she remained in the holding area for about 3 hours until she was released. When people are exercising the right to protest in a world full of escalating violence, it's jarring to have the police work against you, but not surprising at all. I've seen it happening to pro-Palestine protesters the past few years. I wasn't surprised, just disappointed. 13 On Your Side reached out to the city of Grand Rapids to ask what the penalties are for these charges, and it is city policy. And if it is city policy to arrest people who violate those city charges. In response, a city spokesperson sent the following city codes. City Code Title 10, Article 5, Section 10.28 provides, No person shall stand in the traveled portion of any roadway, except to avoid contact with vehicles lawfully on the roadway. Pursuant to Section 10.29, a violation of that section of the code is a civil infraction. City Code Title 10, Article 7, Section 10.129 provides where sidewalks are provided, it shall be unlawful for pedestrians to walk upon the main traveled portion of the roadway. Where sidewalks are not provided, they can't be serious. I know. Where sidewalks are not provided, pedestrians shall, when practicable, walk on the left berm or shoulder of the roadway facing traffic, which passes nearest unless otherwise directed by the proper signs or markings. Failure to obey a lawful command is a disorderly conduct offense pursuant to our City Code Title 10, Chapter 152, Article 1, Section 9.135.2. That side of the state is owned by the DeVosses? Yeah, no, I know. By a fine of not more than $500 or by imprisonment of not more than 90 days or by both a fine of not more than $500 and by imprisonment of not more than 90 days. Plickta claims she chose to remain silent, but GRPD officers were questioning her throughout the car ride. I was surprised because, Detroit, they often have marches and rallies in the street with far more people with not really any police presence. And yet when we do it in Grand Rapids, there's this escalation. So it's like, why is Grand Rapids seeming to be the only city in Michigan where protesting is illegal? I believe it's our sacred right in this country to protest, and we hold family-friendly protests. Because they're not going to have any of that scruff in Grand Rapids. A statement from Grand Rapids Police Department spokesperson says a group was marching in the roadway. Over 25 announcements were made from the PA system of a marked police cruiser for the group to leave the roadway and relocate their activities to the sidewalk. Blocking traffic in this manner is a direct violation of city and state law. The group refused lawful orders to move this free speech event to the sidewalk and instead began blocking intersections until the march ended. Patrol officers consulted with their sergeant and the watch commander, who informed the officers that if the individuals could be located, they were subject to arrest. The adult woman who was arrested was positively identified by officers and the lawful arrest was made. Plickta says she will be notified when a charge is officially filed. She hopes that her arrest does not deter others from taking action. That's the point, by the way. The point is to deter. The point is to scare people. The point is to use the entire might of state power and scare people away from protest. I think it's valid to be scared, but it's not valid to sit back and do nothing with your fear. I think you should harness your fear into doing something and making a difference in the world where, people will claim that a street march is horrible, but you know what? A street march, a peaceful march in the streets is far more powerful when the world is escalating violence at a drastic rate. Buddy system, yes. This is one way that they will get you if you are on your own. They will wait. They will wait if they don't want to arrest this giant group of people, which just makes it harder. It's more paperwork. So they will stalk you. They waited until she was giving this interview on the sidewalk. Yeah, so that's what happened there. They love a good stray. Yes, they do. Okay, Venezuelan journalist Adriana Chavez recounts waking up to explosions as the U.S. bombed civilian areas and kidnapped President Maduro.
When it comes to Venezuela, how did you experience the attack? Did you wake up to it?
Around 2 a.m. in the morning, I woke up with the sound, with this tremendous loud explosion sound. Of course, I have no idea what was happening. It felt like maybe the sky was falling down. I could hear the explosions. I could hear the planes flying, but I couldn't actually see them. In total, there were like 6 places in Caracas that were hit by U.S. strikes. And not only military complex places, because the U.S. is saying that they only hit these military sites, and that's not true. They actually also hit civilian areas.
Wait, what? You mean that civilian areas were bombed, but the State Department line was that it was only military areas, so it was legitimate?
The defense minister, Vladimir Padrino Lopez,
Which, no, it still wasn't. Wait, you mean they lied? Because they had no just cause for going in and bombing and then doing a coup.
He went on television and he said, yes, we are being attacked by the United States. This is a criminal imperialist aggression. This is illegal. Soon after that, we got the most devastating statement from the Venezuelan government, which was that indeed President Maduro had been kidnapped alongside his wife, Cilia Flores. And I think it's very important that we emphasize this part. President Nicolas Maduro, an elected constitutional president, was kidnapped by U.S. forces. He was not captured. He was not arrested. We all know that the United States has built this.
Whoa. Here at the BBC, we don't really like to use the word kidnapped. We think it's a little unfair, a little too aggressive. It paints a picture quite different from what actually went down. So we prefer to not use that word.
Fantasy narrative that the Venezuelan government is somehow...
Have they said why they kidnapped his wife? They're charging her as a co-conspirator.
Behind this huge narco-trafficking organization with absolutely no proof about that. And now they're using the same narrative to kidnap a elected president and to bomb civilian populations in Venezuela. Of course, the next stage was we need to go to the streets. So that's what we did. There were people who were just gathering there in solidarity, demanding that President Maduro is returned to Venezuela. And of course, announcing that behind this whole military operation was regime change, just the intention to take control of Venezuela, to take control of Venezuelan resources.
That's so crazy that I don't hear this perspective on American mainstream media.
This is Democracy Now!
All I'm seeing is a group of Floridians talking about how great it is. How Venezuela's finally going to be free. The video of the protester being arrested reminds me of this video from Moscow in 2022 where a peaceful protester holding up a sign saying 2 words meaning no war. And someone supporting the war were both immediately arrested.
За активистов вообще.
Вы за активистов?
За активистов, конечно.
Я просто хотела спросить, как вы думаете, если здесь просто сказать 2 слова, меня за это сейчас арестуют или нет?
Вас уже задерживают.
Oh my God. Yeah, this only happens over in Russia. Not here in America.
С ума сойти. С ума сойти. Вы это видели, нет?
Вы снимаете только оппозиционеров, да?
Всех снимаем. Всех снимаем.
Why is she kind of looking like Laura Loomer?
А вот у кого есть другое мнение, вы тоже их снимаете?
Конечно, всех снимаем.
Ну, а тех, кто, например, не выходит на митинги и кто считает, что военная операция, которую развернула наша страна, таких снимаете?
Like beginning stage.
Вот я тоже хочу высказать.
Laura Loomer before she fully cooked herself.
Меня устраивает то, что...
They just take her too.
Это шок-контент. Человек пришел сказать, что ее устраивает. Видимо, Владимир Владимирович.
Yeah, so just a reminder, you're not on the team, okay? You're not on the team. This woman who was like, no, I support it, it's great. And they just took her as well because she was talking to the guy with the camera.
Все остальное, ну, она и не простояла нескольких секунд.
They're not your friend. Uh-huh.
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we talk more about the U.S. attack on Venezuela and the abduction of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife.
Wait, I wanted to watch this. Hold on.
Is a dictator. But let's look at the facts and how their political participation actually works. Since 1998, Venezuela has held 24 national votes, which is one of the highest rates of democratic participation in the world. But remember, legitimacy is built by the people. The real source of the government's legitimacy is the organized participation of millions of people, and that goes beyond voting to include social justice missions and grassroots bodies of people's power called communal councils, which administer society from the bottom up at local levels. Venezuelan communal councils are grassroots, neighborhood-level organizations implemented by a 2006 law to empower citizens in direct democracy. They manage local development, services, and projects like infrastructure, health, and food, forming a base through community self-management. These councils are typically groups of 200 to 400 families in urban areas, or around 20 families in rural areas with elected community members for different branches. With the ultimate power residing in citizen assemblies that convene weekly, they bring legislation to the National Assembly, which holds sessions throughout the year. The voting system is robust and clear. It uses a biometric authentication. It uses 16 separate audits per election and a paper ballot backup. In 2012, President Jimmy Carter even called it the best in the world. So the 2018 presidential election was observed by an international mission. Even though the right-wing opposition begged the institutions to stay away, the mission that came consisted of the African Union, represented by an ambassador from the United States, as well as a delegation of the Council of Electoral Experts in Latin America. They wrote that the elections were very transparent and complied with international parameters and national legislation. The result that emanated from the CNE is a perfect reflection of the world.
Against the U.S.'s actions in Venezuela. It all happened while our camera was rolling immediately after an interview with 13 on Your Side. 13 on Your Side's Kelly Lichter spoke with that woman tonight about what happened. Kelly.
Where's that coming
Julia,
from?
Jessica Plicta says she was disappointed but not surprised.
My bad. My bad. Too many open tabs. Sorry. Oh. I'm getting lost.
The Venezuelans who went to the polls.
I'm getting lost in the sauce.
The right-wing opposition only claims fraud when they
popping
lose,
off.
and they repeat these lies enough until it is seen as fact. They participated in and accepted results when they won the National Assembly in 2015, and even accepted governorship after the 2017 regional elections, which now they call those illegitimate. The evidence shows that Venezuela's electoral process is lawful, it's people-powered, and it reflects the will of its voters with a high turnout. Don't let pedophiles, Zionists, and wannabe billionaires from the diaspora justify another war for oil.
Yeah, that point there at the end too, not recognizing the class separation here, and assuming that upper class Venezuelans who have the position they have is going to be the same. It's going to be the same feelings and beliefs that poor Venezuelans have, that middle and lower class Venezuelans have, like not taking into account who is saying what and why. Just because the Persian diaspora is screaming bomb Iran and return the Shah does not mean that that is what is right to do. Yeah. It's the same standards needing to be applied, but I think the truth is that a lot of people just don't really understand anything about Venezuela, and I think they're just even if they're on the left, they are just going along with whatever they've seen, whatever they've read. And so if they see, oh, Venezuela has illegitimate elections. Oh, there nah, it was a dictatorship, brother. But it's not even just like right-wing people are repeating this because they don't actually understand anything about Venezuela. It's also, this is something I have seen liberals and leftists repeat as well. But like I said, it don't matter. It don't matter what people in Venezuela, like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what they think of Maduro, what anybody thinks of Maduro, because there is no world where what the United States is doing can be considered acceptable, can be normalized, can be allowed. Liberals are in on it too. I've even seen some leftists post some stupid listen to your Venezuelan friends. Yeah. Hey, if you're not Venezuelan, and by that I mean if you're not like a rich Venezuelan who lives in the United States of America, you should not be speaking right now. You don't get to have an opinion. You don't get to have an opinion on the United States illegally and illegitimately regime changing in Venezuela. Listen to Venezuelans, just America and Spain expats.
They are now, as we broadcast, being brought into the federal courthouse in New York, brought by helicopter from...
I mean, it's the same attitude of we should be listening to Jewish people right now, but only Jewish people who support the state of Israel, not Jewish people who are anti-Zionist. No, don't listen to them. They're self-hating Jews. No, we should be listening to Jewish people who support Israel, just like we should be listening to the one Palestinian, the only Palestinian who will be elevated, who will be given a spotlight because they also support Israel. Yeah, pay no attention to what Palestinians, except for that one guy, have been saying for decades now. Don't listen to them. Wait, I thought we were supposed to listen to marginalized people who have that lived experience, who like have a personal connection to something, and those of us who don't aren't allowed to speak. We're not allowed to have any beliefs. And again, for Venezuelans in Venezuela who right now are being highlighted as saying, oh, we're going to be liberated, the United States. Like, this happened in Iraq. How many times do we have to say this? This happened in Libya. This happened in Afghanistan. This happens in all these areas that unfortunately are not liberated and unfortunately only spin out towards worse times. It only gets worse, and the damage, the lasting damage being decades.
Brooklyn, where they have been placed in the Metropolitan Detention Center. We want to go back to President Trump speaking about Venezuela's oil on Saturday, hours after the U.S. attack.
In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it.
Of course.
That's President Trump talking about the theft of Venezuelan oil, talking about it as our oil. We're joined by two guests in our New York studio, Alejandro Velasco, associate professor at New York University, where he's historian of modern Latin America, former executive editor of NACLA Report on the Americas, author of the book Barrio Rising, Urban Popular Politics and the Making of Modern Venezuela. He was born and raised in Venezuela.
It is astoundingly idiotic, and it is astoundingly American exceptionalism. America owns everything. America, a country that is not that old, and yet somehow we have our stamp on organic materials from prehistoric organisms. That's ours. We own it.
And Miguel Tinker Salas is with us, emeritus professor of history at Pomona College in Claremont, California, author of The Enduring Legacy, Oil, Culture, and Society in Venezuela, and the book Venezuela, What Everyone Needs to Know. Welcome back, both of you, to Democracy Now! Professor Miguel Tinker Salas, oil is what you've been covering in Venezuela for decades. Talk about Trump's comments that it's Venezuela's oil that will fund the U.S. running Venezuela.
It's America's oil that will fund the U.S. going into Venezuela and extracting the oil that belongs to
Well, we heard this in Bush in the Iraq invasion, that the oil from Iraq was going to finance the intervention and the long-term rebuilding.
You mean they just use the same playbook, but it gets even stupider? And you mean someone like Trump, who doesn't even bother with any pretenses, is just it's a half-assed attempt? Not even to act as if that's not what this is all about.
The reality is that failed in Iraq, and it will fail in Venezuela. Venezuela's oil industry has taken a hit in the last 15 years. It is a semblance of what it used to be. And the reality is, I cannot imagine any American oil company going into Venezuela, spending billions of dollars to build up an infrastructure without American boots on the ground or without very clear guarantees. And even if they did, the process would take close to a decade. So Trump is talking the same way he always does. It is an exaggeration. It is an outright lie. And I believe it to be simply another pretext, another excuse to try to convince the American public that what he did had...
Oh, you mean like how we're going to build all these factories to make iPhones in the United States in like 5 minutes?
Value.
And Miguel Tinker Salas, I wanted to ask...
Did Fulnecky write the fucking propaganda report? Because Jesus Christ, this is lazy. They got Samantha Fulnecky working for the State Department. The craziest thing is that that's probably not even a joke.
You again, something that we discussed on Saturday in our special report on the Venezuela invasion. This whole notion of Trump.
She wrote it in 30 minutes so she could go to the club.
Foisting on the American public that it was the socialist government of Venezuela that took this oil, when in reality the nationalization of Venezuela's oil industry occurred long before anyone had heard of Hugo Chavez and the Bolivarian Revolution. Could you talk about that history as well?
Sure. Venezuelans were always keen on gaining control over its own oil industry. Without a doubt, American and Europeans were present at the beginning of the oil industry, but the actual work was done by Venezuelans. The actual establishment of the industry was done by Venezuelans. And there was always an aspiration that oil industry would belong to the country and the country could benefit from that more than simply providing concessions to foreign oil companies. So the nationalization happened in 1975. It was a fully compensated nationalization taking effect on January 1st, 1976, and it was done under the government of Carlos Andrés Pérez, a social democratic government, not Hugo Chavez. Chavez did close the door to openings that were there for American foreign companies in Article 5 of the reform. And in 2007, there was a clash with ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips over oil deposits in the Orinoco Basin. And Exxon demanded $16 billion. A court decided that they only owed $1.6 billion. So you can see from the very beginning that the process of nationalization had been compensated and negotiated. So there was no taking of quote unquote American property or American oil. It was Venezuelan oil. It belonged to Venezuela, and it was the purview of the Venezuelan government to decide who or what operated those oil fields.
Yeah, so why do you think all these years later, there's now this big move by the President of the United States, and of course backed up by the oil companies that were rejected by Chavez, to just go into Venezuela, kidnap the leader, and set up shop? Be like, no, this is what we're doing. There will be no continued nationalizing of the oil sector. Because that prevents American oil companies from having control over Venezuela's oil. And to halt China's progress, of course. You know, Trump, that's a big part of it too, is the attempt to keep China's growing economic power in Latin America.
And Miguel, I also wanted to ask you
got here. We going for oil again, like in 2002,
that have not been mentioned,
like always.
But that clearly American capitalists are salivating over the prospects of getting access to. One is coltan, a rare metal that is in most laptop computers and phones, and has uses for the military, as well as diamonds and gold. You talk about
so this is not something that's just been occurring for the last 48 hours or since Maduro came into power. This has been going on for 2+ decades. The war on Venezuela, in an attempt to seize control of their oil and put it in the hands of American capitalists, of the oil executives who have been trying to get in and were previously blocked.
The immense resources that Venezuela has in these other areas.
Oil is only on the surface. The reality is, as you point out, Venezuela is rich in gold. It's rich in rare earths, rare minerals. It is rich in gas, one of the largest deposits of gas in the world. It is rich in lithium. It has potential for tremendous lithium. It has coal. It has other minerals as well. So that the positioning of the U.S. as a investor in Venezuela, or as a corporate interest in Venezuela, is massive. It involves not only the country's strategic position and is an interface between the Caribbean and South America, but it involves the possession of tremendous mineral deposits and oil deposits. It reminds me of what the American general in charge of the Caribbean during World War II said: if of all the countries of Latin America, I only want one ally, and that is Venezuela, because they're beautifully rich in oil and minerals. That has been the position of the U.S. government since 1940 until the present.
I'd also like to bring in a professor, NYU professor Alejandro Velasco.
America's overthrown governments for less. Just ask Guatemala about their banana industry and the genocide that followed the overthrow there. Yeah, no, this is like the creme de la creme for the United States. Venezuela with the world's largest oil reserves. Also, here's a little bit of good news, though. Americans do not want war with Venezuela. Military intervention in the country is even more unpopular with Trump's tariffs and healthcare cuts. Yes, this is what the focus should be on. Do you have more money in your pocket? Do you have healthcare? Because the answer is no. President Trump announced at a press conference on Saturday, January 3rd, 2026, the United States government had successfully captured, except he also was like, no, you can use the word kidnapping. So all the whitewashing that media outlets are trying to do with, no, let's not use the word kidnapped. Trump is like, no, that's fine. He doesn't give a fuck. and that they would try him domestically for crime related to narco-terrorism against the U.S. Trump announced that America is going to run the country essentially until such time that we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition to a new regime. Trump said members of his administration will be working with Venezuela's new leadership to expand U.S. oil production in the country. He ran into a few problems. Venezuela's new leader, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, called the U.S. an illegal invader and said she was not working with the Trump administration. She called Maduro the rightful leader and demanded he be released. 2, invading a foreign country and kidnapping its president amounts to an act of war, which the president, per the Constitution, needs congressional approval for, but which he did not seek. Political pressure mounted against the president quickly on Saturday, and presumably invading Venezuela makes the government less likely to want to work with you on other reforms. 3, by a 4-to-1 ratio, polls show the American people oppose the use of military force for regime change in Venezuela, including the strike that led to Maduro's capture over the weekend. Polls show that people do not want military action in Venezuela. The broadest framing, a general invasion of the country without a goal stated, was the least popular. A September YouGov poll found just 16% support for a U.S. invasion of Venezuela, with 62% opposed. These are the same 16%, I'm sure, would say this about any country. It'd be like, yeah, fucking go for it. This is a pretty stable result by mid-December. By mid-December, Quinnipiac found 63% of registered voters opposed U.S. military action inside Venezuela, with only 25% in support. When pollsters specified the goal of military action, removing Maduro, the numbers barely improved. Data for Progress found in December that 60% of likely voters oppose sending American troops into Venezuela to remove President Maduro from power, because it's not really giving America first, is it? Versus 33% in favor. September YouGov polling on using military force to overthrow Maduro found 53% opposed and just 18% in support, with the rest unsure. The rest being like, wait, can we invade Canada instead? Those motherfuckers have had it too good for too long. A strong majority of voters opposed sending in troops to remove Maduro from power. Even the narrowest, lowest stakes framing of U.S. conflict against Venezuela, strikes on suspected drug smuggling boats in the Caribbean, couldn't muster majority support. Invade this. Quinnipiac found 42% in favor versus 53% opposed. In all polls I could find that were A, about U.S. military intervention in Venezuela, and B, conducted over the last 6 months, no matter what question was asked, a majority of American adults opposed military action. The size of the gap between oppose and support for these questions ranged from 27 to 46 points, depending on question wording. And when this happened back in the days leading up to the invasion of Iraq, the Bush administration was like, we need to get those numbers up. We need to do some hardcore lying, some hardcore propaganda here to get Bush's approval rating up, to get people on board with going into Iraq, because that's what we're going to do. But we need people on our side. We need the public on our side. Now they don't give a fuck. They don't care about. They don't care about ensuring that they get that public support. But it is still important to note and to see that Americans do not want this war. They do not want military action in Venezuela. They hopefully are starting to understand that bombing and invading, committing an act of war against a country such as Venezuela is not going to give them health care, is not going to fix their ever-rising costs of living.
Into the conversation, Professor Velasco, on Saturday evening, you posted on social media that it seemed as if, quote,
what's up?
Maduro was given up by the remaining government apparatus in a back-channel deal. Do you still think that? And what would that mean? And do you believe that Delcy Rodriguez, who is now will be now sworn in as interim president, was herself complicit in this operation?
Obviously, it's somewhat speculative, but clues point in some kind of direction that suggests that that might be the case. One of the things that we do know is that months leading up to, of course, the abduction of Nicolás Maduro and people like Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, and others.
Explain Jorge Rodriguez, her brother.
Yeah, Jorge Rodriguez is Delcy's brother. Both of them.
He's head of the National Assembly.
He is head of the National Assembly, but has held many posts under Chavez's government and then under Maduro's government for years. Both of them have a long storied tradition of leftist politics in Latin America, in Venezuela in particular. Their father was a Marxist guerrilla who was assassinated under the government in the 1970s and were closely allied with the United States. And they've really cemented a position in government as being right-hand people to Maduro, for sure, but Chavez before him. But what we had seen in the months leading up to the abduction was that Maduro and these inner circle members had been negotiating with the Trump administration.
Oh, the Venezuela thing? I heard that in class. My teacher brought it up in class discussion. Was your teacher based and correct? And did they say that this was an illegal and aggressive move against a country that has not that has not committed any military action against us to provide any just cause for bombing and invading? Did your teacher say that the reason that the United States is doing this is in order to steal oil to make billionaires even richer? I don't know. Just brought what and said it crazy and said America got it like that. The concept of a teacher saying America got it like that. Got it like what? The teacher was just like, yeah, America. My average student relaying info that I teach them. All right, well, Professor Kwan is here to tell you that this is bullshit. That this is absolute bullshit. The only reason America got it like that is because America thinks that the rules and laws don't apply to them, that they can just do whatever the fuck they want. But also the lack of international condemnation and anyone with power doing anything about it is proving the point that America can do what they want. Teacher, yeah, based. What are we talking about?
Things like oil deals, things like, other kinds of investment from the United States.
I actually need to clip this to show my teacher he loves YouTube. I'm crying. What? What the hell?
But the missing piece there seemed to be whether Maduro would remain in power. Given how quickly the operation unfolded on Saturday and how quickly it seems that Delcy Rodriguez has been able to, consolidate power over the intervening 48 hours, you have to assume that there was some kind of collusion or at least some kind of conversation happening between the parties beforehand. Maduro in exchange for remaining in power, Maduro in exchange for stability, Maduro in exchange for some kind of open dealing with the United States. Now, of course, the challenge for Delcy and others is, can they straddle this line between doing in some ways Trump's bidding and then at the same time maintaining, as Andreina Chavez was saying earlier, a position of sovereignty and mutual respect of bilateral relations between Venezuela and the United States? I don't know if they'll be able to do it.
And
Alejandro,
go ahead, Juan.
Alejandro, I wanted to ask you also in terms of the ability of Venezuela to maneuver through this situation right now. You have also raised the issue that Cuba is also in the
When my homies say this was a good thing because he was a bad person, what do I say? It doesn't matter. No, there is like, this is a bad thing. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. This is bad. This is illegal. This is an illegal and illegitimate act of war. Bombing a nation that has not attacked our country, that has not done anything that would justify the then aggressive, what would be an aggressive military response back. You cannot do this. You should not do this. The precedent that these damn precedents that keep being set means that then the United States can go do this wherever they want to. And they've already said that they're going to. They're already being like, yeah, Mexico's looking pretty nice. Hey, how about Cuba? We killed people. We kidnapped a leader that was elected in that country. And before anyone's like, election tampering, stolen. Then we get into the, okay, so let's take a look at the United States first. All these fingers that we want to point, all these claims of illegitimate elections. Let's then turn around and look at the U.S. because for some reason, the people who use that as a justification, there's nothing that ever applies to the United States. So it's not even something that you need to get into, right? Like any type of argument, any type of discussion over Maduro himself. Like the point being that this is not a good thing no matter what. And it will only get worse for Venezuela and Venezuelans. That's it. And anybody who's like, Maduro was doing the liberal two things can be true bullshit thing. Maduro wasn't a good person, but yeah, it's not good to invade countries like this. That is still providing support and justification for doing it. I just posted anti-war, anti-kidnap shit on my Facebook, and I know I'm going to have to fight my family. And it's like, how many examples do we need to give? Like here you go. There's been no American president who has not engaged in wars and murders outside of the U.S. border. Those 5 of them who are now alive had their bloody hands involved in wars in the countries mentioned below. Here's a lot of examples of how America does this over and over again, and it's never been right, it's never been good, and it's never led to any type of freedom, any type of betterment for the people in these countries. And every single time, whether or not they try to pretend otherwise, it is about enriching American capitalists. It is about what the ruling class wants and therefore is delivered. Yeah, they don't have. I think they just have 5 examples. I don't know. This isn't all encompassing. This is not all encompassing, but it's certainly enough examples. To make the point that what Trump is doing is not an aberration. It's just more of the same.
In the focus of the United States in terms of what it's doing in Venezuela. Could you talk about that as well?
I have long maintained, and this isn't secret.
The reason Maduro is called bad from the outside is propaganda. Otherwise, people would not care. I mean, yeah, that's the truth. There's a lot of people who keep doing that. Maduro is bad. I don't think they actually know anything about the history of Venezuela and its political system and like how how the people there feel, how, what does their social and political organizing look like? They don't know any of that. They don't care. They're just repeating what they see. But I'm trying to keep it simple here, where it's like you don't even need to go down that road of arguing over the morality, the actions of Maduro. In the same way that I said Venezuelans who hated Maduro, who are, if they are right now claiming that they're happy he's gone, that this is a good thing. No, none of that matters, because it stops at, this is objectively wrong. This is an illegal act of war. There is no justification for this. There's no support for it. It's bad. It's bad, and it's building on a long history of bad, and will only lead to a future of bad.
To anyone that Marco Rubio's primary interest in the region is not Venezuela, it's not Colombia, it's not Mexico, it's Cuba. As a Cuban American and long stridently an opponent of the Castro government, and of course now the current government in Cuba, he's made no secret of his desire to oust the government in Cuba. The problem, of course, for him is that Cuba has no resources that Trump would be interested in, and so he would have to.
Yeah, but part of the deal here is to crush left-wing movements, to crush left-wing governments, to crush left-wing leaders. That's a big part of the whole pie here. So it's not just about resources, it's also about controlling politics and crushing any and all left-wing power.
Sell Trump only on the basis of ideology. We have to, kill a leftist government. And he now sees an opening with Venezuela we have to be interested in. And so he would have to sell Trump only on the basis of ideology. We have to, kill a leftist government. And he now sees an opening with Venezuela. He's now able to say, look, if we can deliver resources from Venezuela through a low-level, deadly of course, but low-level engagement, we can do something similar in Cuba, and at the same time deliver not just Cuba and Venezuela, but the rest of the hemisphere to a Trumpist vision of the world. That is my sense of what is largely at stake here.
So you have Marco Rubio, hours after the bombing of Venezuela and the abduction of President Maduro and his wife, speaking in the news conference with Trump, saying basically, Cuba better watch out. And then on Sunday, you have President Trump speaking on Air Force One.
Cuba is ready to fall.
Yes.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out. But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it. And Cuba literally is ready to fall. And you have a lot of.
I mean, honestly, this is the argument that will, and also I feel, in our next content trip being in Cuba. And I think the way that Hassan felt about China and the goal in showing, in particular, a Western audience, Chinese people, Chinese culture, trying to continue breaking through propaganda. I think Speed already did that. I think Speed did that in a way where it was a global sensation. It was like one of the biggest things that happened last year. And so, not that our China trip wasn't great, and it was really great, but I think the potential to go leave Cuba alone. I think the potential to go to a place like Cuba, which is probably not on a lot of content creators' map, content creators who would who would do something in like the way that Speed did. A place that I think a lot of Americans have very little understanding of. Even Conan O'Brien went to Cuba for his show. That's true. Conan O'Brien did go to Cuba. That's why Speed's in Africa right now. Yeah, he is traveling. He's traveling the goddamn world, and he is he brings an enormous spotlight to wherever he is, wherever he's going. But I think going to Cuba, and I think interacting with the people there and immersing ourselves in the culture, I think there's a lot of value. There's still people posting blatantly racist shit about him there. I know.
Great Cuban.
Conan also went to Israel, so he's hit or miss with his choices. Yeah, hopefully he realizes that that was not good and doesn't do that again.
Americans are going to be very happy about this.
And then you have President Trump also threatening the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro.
Colombia is very sick, too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long?
He's not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and
It sounds good to me.
So in a lengthy series of lengthy posts on X, I think it was like 700 words, Colombian President Petro blasted Trump, saying, quote, "Stop slandering me, Mr. Trump." Petro called on Latin America to unite against the U.S., saying the region risks being, quote, "treated as a servant and slave." So go from Cuba to Colombia and what this means.
Well, certainly in the case of Cuba.
Also, RE China. Obviously, I don't think the Chinese government is perfect, and I don't agree with I don't agree with things they do. I'm not a 100% glazer who's like, no, everything's perfect. But the point of going to China was to interact with people and culture and to show, hey, these are human beings with lives and different cultures that we may be all the way across the world from the United States, but really what are our big differences here? You know, we have a lot of similarities, even belonging to different cultures, and to show that to show that this view of Chinese people that has been presented in this way that depicts them as, I don't know, all miserable and all suffering, and that it's just that they need to be liberated from the evil clutches of their country's system. We are more similar than we think we are. Yeah, like that was, but that drama tuber guy said you were a CCP plant. Right, like there are plenty of Americans who just assume every single Asian person, every Chinese person they meet is a governmental asset, is like somebody who is there's no room for a diversity of people. Some do need to be liberated. You have no idea what you are saying. You know what? That's true, because I am a Chinese person and I need to be liberated by that fucking stupidity. So you are correct. You are correct in saying some do need to be liberated, because my God, there are so many times on stream I go, please liberate me. Please.
What President Trump said is accurate insofar as
you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, it's time to invade China. I think that we should do that with every country where there are people who don't like the government. Maybe starting with the United States of America. Liberate this.
Most of the revenue that Cuba had been getting over the past 5, 10, 15 years was coming through the subvention of Venezuelan oil. And of course, if they closed that small spigot that had been a lifeline.
And let me just ask again, who the fuck put us in charge? Why is America the role occupier? Which is bullshit, but this idea that America is in charge of all this liberation. Why is America the world police, the hall monitor, the so-called liberators? See, that's American exceptionalism. That is the belief that America can do no wrong. That America is, by just virtue of being America, greater than all these other countries, knows better what the people need, what we should do for them. Liberation is self-determination, not being occupied by a belligerent imperialist for resource extraction. If they were to liberate you, they don't steal your resources, they would help you nationalize them. Yeah, aside from the realities of like why America goes into other countries and takes what they want, just pull it back a little bit to this concept, to this belief that America they get to inhabit this role as the world liberators. A country that is less than 250 years old.
Of Cuba.
We are not liberating Venezuela of anything but their oil.
Incrementally worse, and you might end up seeing protests that we've seen, prior years, and as a result, then a kind of pretext for intervention. But then, if you link that in what Cuba represents to Latin America, which is a kind of paragon of a different alternative for Latin America as a region, a leftist alternative, with all of its faults that we can, of course, talk about at length, losing that for the region would then open up the door for other countries and other right-wing countries in Latin America, or right-wing movements in Latin America, to say, now we have a White House in power and no Cuba in the region, or leftist government in the region, to be able to do what we want. And so to me, this is far larger an ideological project and battle that's being waged with Venezuela as a kind of instrumental piece.
Yeah, I'd like to bring Miguel Tinker Salas back into the conversation, and this whole issue of Trump focusing not just on Venezuela, but also on Cuba, Colombia, and how Latin America you expect will respond, because clearly this is not the same Latin America, as I said repeatedly, that existed 50 years ago or 60 years ago. There's many more popular movements, stronger progressive leaders in several countries. What's your sense of how the region is going to respond in the coming weeks and months?
Well, I think there's a difference between how political leaders may respond, because obviously someone like Milei or Noboa or Bukele will respond in support of Trump. It's another thing how the population of Latin America will respond. And I think that's the big difference here, because as you point out, there has been a tremendous level of mobilization, of social consciousness that has occurred. But there's also been the weight of the crisis that has affected many countries in Latin America, and left mistakes that have been made in many cases in many countries in their inability to deliver. But I think we're also overestimating U.S. empire, because what we saw in Venezuela on Saturday the 3rd was the spectacle of empire. It was the promotion of empire while not actually landing troops on the ground. They were unable to do that because they know that that would bog them down in a long-term war. And taking on Cuba at the same time, and taking on Iran at the same time, and taking on bombings Nigeria at the same time, and potentially conflicts in Ukraine and in Asia and Taiwan, etc. I think we should not overestimate the role of a U.S. empire. I think the military in the U.S. would push back to any kind of operation in other countries because that would be a long-term commitment, because taking Cuba means implying the same old Colin Powell doctrine, the Pottery Bond doctrine that was, if you break it, you own it. So if the U.S. expects to run Venezuela, they're also going to have to run Cuba, and they're also going to have to run Colombia. And they're also going to expect, I doubt that the U.S. military is prepared for that kind of long-term engagement. That doesn't mean that I don't believe that the U.S. wants to remake Latin America, the same way that the neocons wanted to remake the Middle East. The current administration under Marco Rubio really wants to remake Latin America. They want it to be the American pond. They want it to be the Caribbean that they control. They want to go back to Teddy Roosevelt and guns and boat diplomacy and big stick diplomacy and control the region. But again, we shouldn't overestimate the role of U.S. empire. I think we saw on Saturday was the spectacle of empire.
I mean, completely agree with Miguel, and that last point that he made is so central. I think what we're seeing here is a return to this gunboat diplomacy that had been the hallmark of the Teddy Roosevelt period in the early 20th century.
I want to ask you, Alejandro, very quickly about President Trump.
Hit translate on this tweet. Trump found out that Maduro's regime was turning 13 years old and went to fuck it. Yeah, that's the other thing is I just keep thinking about how all this shit too serves as a distraction from the fucking pedophiles, from the pedophile cabal that is in power. Yeah, of course.
Responding to a reporter about the Venezuelan opposition leader, Nobel Prize laureate Maria Corina Machado.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader if she doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
I think many people were shocked that President Trump threw Maria Corina Machado under the bus, the woman who basically dedicated her.
I don't mean to be that person, and I'm not, I'm not saying that Amy is saying this, but if you're shocked by this stuff, then I don't think you understand Trump at all. And he's not hard to understand. It's not shocking at all. It's like, yeah, of course. Of course. And this is why people who keep lining up to go, oh, President Trump, sir. Oh, gorgeous, handsome President Trump, just tell me how to serve you. He will not have your back. If at all he perceives you to step out of line, or you're a woman, or you've served your purpose and he doesn't need you any longer, Elise Stefanik, he'll just use you and then throw you under the bus.
Peace Prize, and said that Trump should have gotten that Peace Prize.
Because too, that's the other thing. She got the Nobel Prize. Donald Trump is a petty ass bitch. He's a petty ass bitch. He saw her get that prize that he thinks has his name on it. And he felt petty. He felt jealous. He was pissed. So this is a way for him to enact his power. He's salty as fuck. Yes.
Does this leave her? And also talk about the wife of exactly who President Maduro's wife, Celia Flores, is. She is a key political figure
Peace
herself.
Prize, what a joke.
For sure. I mean, let's start with María Corina Machado.
And we have 30 seconds.
No one could have been more surprised as she was sidelined, not just at the press conference, but then doubled down yesterday. Marco Rubio also saying that she's not ready, to stand in. I think what Machado overestimated was the degree to which Trump wanted democracy. He doesn't want democracy, he just wants oil, right? And so in that sense, it was unsurprising that she would be sidelined to anyone but her.
No. Celia Flores, 10 seconds.
Celia Flores, long story.
I don't even agree with that. I don't even agree with Maria Machado being, her being like, I thought Donald Trump was going to bring in democracy. No. She's just a fool. She's been upended because she thought that allying herself with Trump, with Israel, etc., would bring her the power that she seeks. She thought she'd have a seat at the table, yeah.
Career under Chavez, was the head of the National Assembly, significant degree of political power. We'll see what emerges from this trial.
For those out of the loop, this woman won the Nobel Prize, dedicating it to Trump in hopes he would put her in leadership after invading Venezuela. He said, thanks, LOL, and then completely passed over her. And now she's offering to give him her prize. It's getting weird.
Right. Did you at any point offer to give him the Nobel Peace Prize? Did that actually happen?
Oh, it's so stupid.
I had read that somewhere. I wasn't sure if it was true.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, but I certainly would love to be able to personally tell him that we believe the Venezuelan people, because this is a prize of the Venezuelan people, certainly want to give it to him and share it with him. What he has done, as I said, is historic. It's a huge step towards a democratic transition, and I want to.
Right. Did you at any point offer to give?
Oh, it's so painful. It is so...
Gary.
It is so painful and pathetic and so transparent. The groveling, the sir, please take the prize, sir. Please. The desperation. Oh, God. Oh my God. This is what I mean by how can anyone not see through this shit?
Let me went back at that point. Did you not go back because you feared for your life? And tell us, I mean, it's not very usual that people will dedicate the Nobel Peace Prize to the leader of a different country and say publicly, he deserves this more than I do. But you did that.
Yeah, because usually people, I think, are not as willing to debase themselves so openly, to be so transparent in how pathetic that they are.
Let me be very clear. As soon as I learned that we had been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, I dedicated to President Trump because I believe that that's
just so openly bootlicking. I literally ain't reading all that. I whoever that is that came in, I ain't reading all that.
He deserved it. And a lot of people, most people said it was impossible to achieve what he has just done on Saturday, January 3rd. So if I believed he deserved it on October, imagine now. I think he has proven to the world what he means. I mean, January 3rd
so hard
will go
to
down in
watch.
history as the day justice defeated a tyranny. It's a milestone, and it's not only huge for the Venezuelan people and our future. I think it's a huge step for humanity, for freedom and human dignity.
Girl, is the dignity in the room with us? Is the dignity in the room with us? Girls, stand up. What is this? Oh. You ever watch someone so humiliate themselves, so debase themselves that it makes you die inside? It makes you die inside. Nothing to say except absolute Olympic level, Olympic winning levels of patheticism here. We are Twitch viewer, ... Yes. Okay, that's true. Serpentine Rising, thank you for the raid. This woman would be thanking Trump for feeding her into a wood chipper if it gained her a little bit of power. Oh, God. And seeing someone, too, who, you know, she shouldn't believe the words she's saying when she's like, this is Venezuela's prize, and I'm so proud and honored to offer it, to dedicate it, but also offer it to President Trump on behalf of Venezuela. And this is why the Nobel Prize is a fucking joke. Remember when I was here last month asking if there will be a Jan 6 type insurrection from the left? Now Trump regime has invaded Venezuela, captured their president, but yeah, close. What the fuck is happening in the world? Well, actually, I don't know if you missed the Instagram post, but the left is doing Jan 6 tomorrow. I don't know if you missed the Facebook invite. But it is happening. I think there's going to be 10 of us. How did you go from saying Sandy Hook was a government psyop to straight up sharing a show that is literally CIA propaganda? Oh, look, it's my favorite CIA John Krasinski. For people who are geopolitically illiterate, don't understand why Trump did what he did, this may help. You are witnessing a return to the Monroe Doctrine. And it's a clip of CIA John Krasinski and what is that show he did? Jack Creature or whatever?
Benalde. Now, what would you assume is the most major threat on the world stage?
Jack Ryan.
Anybody, just call it out. You don't have to raise your hand.
Definitely Russia.
Definitely Russia. That's confident. I like it. Who says Russia? Anybody agree with her? Hands? Okay, great. Who else?
China.
Stop yelling at me, but China is a good answer. Anybody? Who else? China?
North Korea?
North Korea. Any North Korea takers?
Yeah. Remember when CIA Krasinski was like, we should cherish and thank the CIA every single day. Every day. So when you wake up, first thing you do is you have your morning gratitude. You give thanks to the dedicated, honorable members of the CIA. See your CIA gratitude acknowledgement. Praying to the altar of the CIA.
And Venezuela? Anybody? No? Oh, yeah. One guy in the back. A little worried about Venezuela. Everybody's cool with Venezuela? No threat? Okay. Let me ask you this. Which one of these places can claim to have the largest oil deposit on the planet? More than Saudi?
Here we go.
More than
Iran.
Wow. Okay, what about things like gold? More than all the mines in Africa combined? The fact is that Venezuela is arguably the single greatest resource of oil and minerals on the planet. So, why is this country in the midst of one of the greatest humanitarian crises in modern history?
Yeah, why?
Let's meet President Nicolas Reyes. After rising to power on a wave of nationalist pride, in a mere 6 years, this guy has crippled the national economy by half. He has raised the poverty rate by almost 400%. Luckily for the rest of us,
we're all looking for the guy who did this.
So, who's running against him? This is Gloria Benalde. Now, Gloria is a history professor turned activist. She's running against him on a social justice platform and on the strength of, in my humble opinion, just not being an asshole.
That is probably supposed to be, that's like Maria Machado.
Analyst predictions, as of today, have the chances of Venezuela's total economic collapse at 87%. On the news, they'll call it a crisis. But on
Yeah, just ignore sanctions. No, that's not part of the story
the world
here.
stage, they'll call it a failed state. If you've never heard that term, other examples of a failed state in recent history are Yemen, Iraq, and Syria. And if that's not bad enough news for you, well, Venezuela is also the only one of these places within 30-minute range from the U.S. of next-gen nuclear missiles. You will not hear about any of this on the news because the biggest players on the world stage do not want you to. To them, unstable governments are nothing more than the greatest of opportunities. So, Russia, China, can never be the most major threat until countries like Venezuela leave the door open to our very own backyard.
Dear God, thank you for the CIA. Thank you for every single agent at the CIA who has dedicated their lives to protecting my life here in the United States of America. Thank you to CIA John Krasinski, who reminded us that every single day we should be thankful, we should be grateful, we should be appreciative, we should acknowledge the greatness of the CIA and how every single thing that they do is to protect our lives. Thank you. Inshallah. Praise be. So yeah, that's the clip that Alex Jones shared for people who are geopolitically illiterate. He shares, I'm sorry, but that's so funny to be like, if you're geopolitically illiterate and then share a clip of a Jack Ryan episode. Come on, man. Jake Tapper shared the same clip. Of course he did. Of course, Jake Tapper and Alex Jones are sharing the same clip. Of course. Office guy explains Tom Clancy. Your dad's like, see, this is exactly like it is in real life.
The fact is that Venezuela is arguably the single greatest resource of oil and minerals on the planet.
Oh,
so,
this is a CNN.
Why is this country in the midst of one of the greatest humanitarian crises in modern history?
A lot of folks online deeming that clip of John Krasinski playing Jack Ryan as prophetic. It's from the
lot of folks online. You mean Alex Jones?
second season of the Amazon Prime TV show Jack Ryan, and this was 5 or 6 years before the weekend's activities where the U.S. went in and snatched Maduro. The series co-creator, Carlton Cuse, was asked about the prophetic nature of it all, and he told Deadline...
No, it's not prophetic. It's not prophetic. It's propaganda. Okay? It's media propaganda. It manufactures consent. It keeps the dumb U.S. population entertained and thinking that this is exactly real life. It's literally CIA propaganda. It's American imperialist propaganda.
Quote, the season came from our desire to tell a fictional story about the forces at play, not from imagining an outcome. What always surprises you as a storyteller is how often real-world events catch up to fiction. The goal of that season wasn't prophecy.
No, bitch, the CIA worked on this show. What are you talking about? You're so annoying. You're so annoying.
It was plausibility. And in fact, the Jack Ryan series, started by author Tom Clancy.
What a great example about why it's important to discuss pop culture and be critical of our media instead of just letting people enjoy things. Thank you. This brings me to a point that I make all the time. Love to make this point. So I love pop culture and I love analyzing media. I love analyzing pop culture. I love talking about the film industry, but that doesn't mean that I do so with just hearts in my eyes, that I do so blindly. And as a person who approaches politics through pop culture, I talk all the time about how important it is to engage with media critically. So you can enjoy something, okay? We all like probably one example of propaganda. I've watched Criminal Minds. I've watched Law and Order, okay? There's nothing wrong There's nothing wrong with enjoying something that you recognize is propaganda. All right. So I'm not saying that you can't ever watch this stuff, you can't ever enjoy it, but it is very important to recognize when that propaganda is at play. It is important to understand when, like, the CIA, when the Pentagon is involved on a project that deals with the military, that deals with taking real world politics, real world geopolitics, like Venezuela, the issue of Venezuela, and is shaping a narrative around it that is to the benefit of the state. So, yet again, this is one we've already talked about. We've already talked about multiple times. So no, there is not just an let people enjoy things when those things are propaganda that heavily influence the American population. Okay? A show like 24, which was very popular, a show that I watched, you need to understand that millions of people watch that show. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Is the stream effing? Should I pause? Did CIA John Krasinski get me? Okay, we're good. I'm sorry, CIA John Krasinski. I tried to do my gratitude prayers. I did not say thank you hard enough. I'll say it in every single language. Merci beaucoup. Mille grazie. Shishi. Arigato. Nope. That means goodbye. Dankeschön. Sumimasen. Thank you very much. Okay, anyway, as I was saying, no, I don't think you can just let people enjoy things when those things are very influential, when those things are intentioned as propaganda that benefits the State Department, that keeps Americans docile and ignorant, and furthers stereotypes that are harmful and that play a role in our social and political interactions. So people can enjoy things as long as they are aware if those things are doing the things I just talked about. I wrote my PhD dissertation on the history of police and literary culture since the 16th century. Enjoyment is actually part and parcel of how propaganda can even successfully function. The roots of cop fiction is actually English dramatic comedies. Humor and enjoyment disarms and enchants insidiously. That sounds like a very interesting PhD dissertation, and one that aligns with what we talk about here on the stream. Let's be honest, a lot of people don't look beyond what's presented to them and believe what's represented in their favorite TV show is fact. Yes, especially when you have major journalists like Jake Tapper on CNN using a clip of the show Jack Ryan to be like, this is prophetic. So not only is it people who watch the show ignorantly and think, oh, yeah, this is accurate. Oh, this is, this makes me, I got that jingoism flowing through my blood. Not only that, but now you have a real life journalist who has influence on people using a clip of this show and saying, this is prophetic. This is exactly spot on.
In 1984 is rooted in plausibility. It's rooted.
And the thing is, too, is that TV makes it easy for people to, this type of entertainment, entertainment is so valuable in propaganda because this information, these beliefs easily can be filtered in to people's minds because it's digestible, because of it being entertaining, because of it being addicting, Also important because it allows for people to understand and recognize the distinction between propaganda, parody, and critique opposite of propaganda using their imagery for commentary analysis, difference between Blue Bloods, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and The Boys for examples of each. Yeah, good point.
In potentially real world threats that could actually happen. The Jack Ryan series is different from, say, the James Bond series or the Mission Impossible series that way. Just as Clancy wrote about a fictitious plot to crash a plane into Congress in a 1994 book called Debt of Honor, which the 9/11 hijackers attempted to actually do 7 years later. There's no connection other than this is the reality that we're all in both the Jack Ryan series and reality.
No, actually, this is called blowback.
Play off of that. So it's not really truth following fiction. It's truth following fiction following truth. Because Venezuela, an unstable socialist country with boundless resources, existed 10 years ago, before this Jack Ryan series and before what happened over the weekend. The fiction and the nonfiction came after that plausible reality.
This was actually prophetic if anyone's
Posibilidad de una guerra está ahí, entonces.
20,
Pero tú no ves.
20 years ago.
Tú no ves la amenaza que es para nosotros, el imperio de los Estados Unidos.
You don't see the threat that the United States wants to attack. Oops, sorry.
Bueno, ahí está la historia reciente.
Wants to attack Venezuela. Well, there's the reason in history. I'll tell you the most important reason here.
Aquí mismo.
Right here is the largest oil reserve on this planet.
De este planeta.
Here in Venezuela, we have oil for more than 100 years. The United States is running out of oil. The most important reason why the United States wants to put a government here that is subordinate to it, to the empire, as they had for a long time, is Venezuelan oil. I want to ask you a question without offending you, okay? Are you paranoid about the United States? No, not at all. I'm just being realistic. If you could ask them that question you asked me, the thing is, you can't because most of them are dead. Ask Jacobo Arbenz that question, who was president of Guatemala when I was born. You hadn't been born yet. Just because he wanted to carry out agrarian reform. The United States invaded and overthrew him. You could ask that question to João Goulart, the Brazilian. The United States overthrew him. You could ask that question to Salvador Allende, the martyred president. You could ask that question to Juan Bosch, the former Dominican president overthrown by the U.S. invasion. You could ask that question to my general Omar Torrijos, assassinated by the CIA. And many others. It's not paranoia, it's the truth. I am fulfilling my responsibility as head of state. The crazies who believe that the world will not change, the Yankee bootlicker bourgeoisie of this continent who want to continue dominating these peoples, and they will not be able to achieve it. Only after September 11th did the United States begin to make a list of terrorists. Well, I'm on that list too. The United States, the government of the United States, dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, an atomic bomb, and another on Nagasaki. That's terrorism. You know what Jake Tapper would say to that clip? No, man. No, bro. I've seen Jack Ryan. You got it all wrong. You got it all wrong. Watch this clip from Jack Ryan. Listen, bruh. Yeah, here's that one. You know, the thing is, too, is that I wouldn't even... I mean, it is prophetic as far as he is describing what will happen in the future. But I think sometimes people use the word, they think of the word prophetic as almost mystical, like there's some magic to it, and it's not. He's just well aware of how the United States government acts. There's nothing unique about him having the foresight to predict the U.S. invading Venezuela for their oil. Like, this is just logical reasoning. It has been written type shit. Yeah. Yeah. He was also watching Iraq get overtaken, sitting on that. Yes. I mean, he used a lot of examples here. A lot of examples to be like, Venezuela's just next in line. It's not hard to understand. This shouldn't come as any great surprise. MAGA cultist Hank Kunneman purports to speak for God. Oh, okay, great. That's what's happening over in the televangelist world. In declaring that the U.S. capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro was the work of the oil in my spirit. Oh my God, please just go do fucking community theater.
They say you have seized Venezuela for the oil.
Oh my God.
Yes, this is true, that there is that which has been brought to the forefront of this earthly battle.
What is this hellfire behind him? It's for
But the
dramatics.
enemy has sought and was seeking to bring war and to bring conflict through Venezuela and to control the oil of the earth. But the spiritual oil and the natural oil does not belong to the forces of darkness or to those who thought that they could bring a one world order. This is my reset. And the oil of the natural and the oil of the spirit is mine, says the Lord. They say you have seized.
Oh my God, how does he not have a hernia? The spirit of my oil. This woman behind him just really feeling the spirit of the oil that's being taken from the darkness. She's feeling it in her soul. These people don't pay taxes. Oh my God. You see, this is the kind of shit you see on TV in Righteous Gemstones or wherever else it's parodied. And they can't possibly be more absurd than what is real life. They cannot possibly be more outrageous than what these motherfuckers are actually doing IRL. How do you parody this better than what reality is? The fucking music, the visual, like the flames in the PowerPoint. I can't. How do people buy this? Also, this collar. Oh my God. This collar, Satan is in that collar. This is like the Jesus camp scene where they prayed over a cardboard cutout of Bush. Yes, this was like my best friend growing up, her family, who were super duper Christian. And there was a photo of Bush that was in the kitchen that we would like pray to. Just a solo picture of Bush. His presidential headshot that I don't know why was in proximity to the taquitos. So every time I would go upstairs to grab myself some delicious frozen taquitos from Costco, I would have to see the picture of Bush. Did you pray to the bush? I did not. As much as I was kind of buying into the other bullshit, I was like, this is awesome. But also because my friend's brothers were really hot. They were really hot, and little innocent me at 12 years old was like, I want to be a part of this world. Wait, you guys get to go to church and eat and drink grapefruit juice, and you don't have to have like 100-year-old wine while some boring ass Catholic priest drones on in Latin? This is rad. Wait, you guys get to go to Chipotle after? You mean if I go to church, I can have a fat ass burrito? This is awesome. You mean the people who go to this church, a lot of them I have crushes on? They're like really cute. So sure, I'll fake pray to this photo of President Bush. Evangelicals always get you with the food. I know. I mean, look, that was one of the problems with Catholic Church being so boring, is that it drove me right into the hands of this evangelical church, which in between talking about Jesus would like rail against Barack Obama. I remember when my friend's brothers went around and it was nighttime and they snuck out and they had masks on, and they went and tore down all the Obama signs. I had moved by then. We had moved to Iowa by then, but I still, for like the first year kind of kept in touch with my friend. I would go back and visit a little bit. And I found out that her brothers went around tearing down. I was like, I don't know about that. That's because you went to Irish Catholic churches. Latino and Italian Catholic churches have great food. Yeah, I went to the worst kind of Catholic church. No perks. Just boring ass homily. Stale wafers. The blood and body of Christ was not bussin'. At the Roman Catholic church that I had to go to, the blood and body of Christ was not bussin'. And there was no Chipotle after. It always felt like punishment. The power of Christ did not compel me. No, we didn't get shit. There was no donuts. There was no nothing. There was no, oh, we get treats on Sundays. The only thing that it offered me was a parking lot that in 7th grade, when I decided I was going to be a skater girl, I went into this parking lot and I tried to teach myself how to skate. And I decided to grind the ramp with the railing, this metal railing, my first day out learning how to skate. And I decided it would be so wicked. It would be so sick if I grinded down this railing, and I immediately fell and busted up both my wrists. She was a skater girl. She said, "Where's the hospital? I think my wrist is broken." Yeah, I came back after approximately 10 minutes of skating. My mom was like, "What the fuck?" Did you break them? I luckily did not break them, but I did really fuck myself up and I never skated again. Broke both my wrists first day out. Yeah, I don't know why I thought day one in the first 10 minutes I could attempt to skate down this railing. Oh, the boldness of a 12-year-old. Oh, when you are a smaller person, when you are a child and you're like, yeah, I can do this. Yeah, this seems like something I can pull off. Anyway. Did you play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and think, oh, this is easy? No, not even. I don't know. I just found a skateboard. Y'all, we didn't have TV. Okay. I didn't have video games. The only time I could play video games is if I went to my friend's house where I had to worship George Bush before I could play a round of Mario Kart. I had to pray to Bush if I wanted to play a little Super Smash Brothers and eat my taquito. So no, this was me being like, I'm bored and I'm by myself and I have nothing else to do and I've read all my books. Here's a skateboard in the garage. Great. I also, another time I decided I was going to break the world record for pogo sticking. So I decided to become a professional pogo sticker. That didn't work out. Oh, you did that too? Yeah, See, this is why I should have spent every moment praying to Bush, because it would have kept me from doing this shit. Yeah, I also used to steal shopping carts with my friends. We used to steal shopping carts and then we would just push each other around the neighborhood. Those were the good old days. Why was our generation so obsessed with pogo sticks for that super brief period of time? It must have been, I don't know, it must have been something in pop culture. There must have been like Disney Channel or something or other that made us all obsessed with pogo sticks. Because the pogo sticks really had a moment. Caroline's Dark Side, yeah. Caroline's Dark Side. Okay, technically I borrowed them because they were eventually returned. And this is before they had the automatic locking on grocery carts. A lot of times you go to a grocery store, you can't even bring the grocery cart to your car. So this was back in the day when you could just walk up, wheel a grocery cart away, and then walk half a mile back to your house with the grocery cart. What's your personal best? I think I made it like 20 minutes, but I think I also got bored. I think when I found out what the record was, I was like, yeah, I'm too bored for this shit. I'll just try to. Well, that was the other thing too, because Guinness World Book of Records was huge. This was also the era where we were just constantly reading those books, constantly like, I am going to set a world record. Okay, what is this clip? Hugo Chavez, I take this opportunity to once again condemn from the depth of my soul the state of Israel. Damn you, state of Israel, terrorists and murderers. Yeah, why is it that all the people who've been designated terrorists, for the most part, by the United States of America, who have been hunted down, tend to be calling out the evils of Israel early on? They accuse me of sponsoring terrorism. They're the ones who sponsor terrorism. I take this opportunity to once again condemn from the depths of my soul the state of Israel. Damn you, state of Israel. Damn you. Terrorists and murderers. Long live the Palestinian people.
Pueblo heroico, pueblo bueno.
Heroic people, good people. Have you seen the Yankee Empire? Have you not seen the massacre that the genocidal state of Israel committed against a group of pacifists that was taking humanitarian cargo to the Palestinian people in Gaza? Oh my, how things don't change. Completely surrounded by Israel on all sides, which doesn't even allow them access to water. Hold on a second. This video seems pretty old, and I was told history began on 10/7. How could this be? They massacred people there. You all saw it, didn't you? Well, look at the United States. The United States has said that they are concerned. They're concerned. Imagine, Ocala, God forbid, that such a thing would have happened in Venezuelan waters. We would have already been invaded. Know that they would have already invaded Venezuela. But no, since it's Israel, they are allowed to do anything. It's an example of a double standard. The Obama government condemns terrorism. Unless it's terrorism which they themselves have committed. Ooh. Now look, the Venezuelan opposition hasn't said anything against Israel. No. Because Israel finances the Venezuelan opposition. Israel funds the counter-revolution. There are even groups of Israeli terrorists from Mossad who are after me, trying to kill me. Trying to kill me. Yeah. What's the saying? History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. But also, it really seems to quite frequently be that there is no difference between now and 20 years ago, 40 years ago. It really feels like, wait a second. What year is this from? Because this could have been yesterday. Just change out the names. Quick, sign this to gain favor from the CIA before it's too late. Yes.
Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Stopping genocide, helping small Kosovo, stopping their own fight. In 1999, helping in Kosovo, two men shaking hands, Clinton and Rugova. Thank you, USA, you are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper, you are the legend. Thank you, USA, you are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper, you are the legend.
Alrighty. Thank you, CIA. All right, you guys. I think that's no, I'm not done. Why are you coming in here? Why are you coming in here? What do you think you're doing? You're still in trouble. I'm still mad at you. I'm still mad at you for making me have a panic attack earlier. Okay. I think, oh my God, I totally forgot about the pop culture. Wait. Oh. I knew I had something else I wanted to do before I was pulling up gaming, but I'm already pulling up gaming. Oh, shoot. That's okay. No, we're definitely finishing it. No. We're definitely finishing it. It's just not being done in one stream. So we'll just have to do it next time. Okay. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. Just want to let y'all know that I got a warning for age block on your stream. Yeah, probably because I forgot to put on the politics label, and they love to slap me with a semi-permanent label. It was immediate after that video started. Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, use your Prime subs because Twitch is trying to do everything they can so that anybody who talks about anything can't get any ad money. So if you've got Amazon Prime, use those Prime subs, folks. Wait, it said excessive drug, alcohol, or tobacco use? Well, wait a second. Excessive alcohol. It was a warning for drugs and tobacco. Was it the cartel? It's because I am the cartel de las solas. Not Nicolas Maduro. The Justice Department has already said, just kidding, but it is me, and that's why you got that. That's why you got that drugs and alcohol warning. Oh, boy. Okay. Cutie McBooty, thank you for the 5 months. I am Spam. I am. Thank you for the 17 months. Okay, let's play some routine. Has anybody else been influenced? This isn't even hashtag ad. I just really love this game. Has anyone else been influenced to play the game? As they have watched my playthrough. I don't even know what's coming up. It's really good. It's really such a beautiful game. Definitely will get your heart rate going. Is it PC only? I think so. Okay. Oh, I already did this, right? Yeah. I went outside. Hey, Chief. Could not agree more. Let's game, baby. We could not agree more that I am the cartel de las solas. Oh my God, speak of the devil. Somebody who just said I saw Datoon playing it. And here he comes. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much, Jordan. This game slaps. I'm very inclined to agree. Oh, no shot. We just finished, so no spoiler. Yeah, no spoilers, y'all. How much longer do I have left? I'm kind of trying to drag this out because they spent 13 years on this game, and I feel like I should spend 13 years playing it now. Speed Razor, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's just heavy breathing. Have you checked out the Pragmata demo from Capcom yet? 13 years stream inbound. That means I have to stream for... Yeah, I gotta stream for at least 13 more years. Paging Will Robinson. Get in, gamers. That's right. The beacons are lit. All right. I finally made it. I'm new here. How often do y'all do them movie streams? Every Sunday. Sometimes there are special streams, but consistently every Sunday. I'm back on the elevator. Would you stream for 13 years if you could retire by then? I've never really envisioned myself as somebody who retires. One, because for a good portion of my working life, I didn't think I would ever be able to, but also I've just never pursued a path that was traditional, a very like work for 30, 40 years and then retire. What you're munching on? A fig bar. Love me some figs. Grandma Kwan's still covering pop culture. That's right. I'll be here. I'll be here giving the takes. Okay, main control lab. Oh. Oh. Hello? Who turned out the lights? What the fuck was that? I feel like your work is also super fulfilling, so I can't blame you for not wanting to retire. Yeah, and there's a lot of things that I want to do. And you know, when I set out to be living the life of a performer, that's not really something you kind of think about retiring from. What you think about is, can I get a job? Will I be able to make this work? Development of a fungal growth on the back of tongue observed during alger mortis. Positive cryptococcal test. Cocal. Aye. That doesn't look good. Yeah, besides, I would never retire until I finally get Gamer of the Year. Speed, thank you for the gifted. Galtas, thank you for the prime. What is this?
We came so far, further than anyone would have expected. This place is proof of our will, our perseverance, our vision. Soon the canal will speak.
The automated sensor in decontamination is malfunctioning. It can identify contaminants, but it can't communicate the chemical formula until I get it fixed. We can work around it by manually entering in the chemical formula. Oh God, I have to do chemistry. Diary. Woke up in the past again, missing chunks of time. Together. Keeping it short. Short and sweet. We have to steal the Krabby Patty formula. Okay, crawl into this little hole. Alright, what the fuck is this? Feel like I should get in it? Nope. Okay. Okay. No problem. Overflow is 100% capacity. Cistern is at 100% capacity. Do do do. I know the breathing is really intense. It makes me think that I'm gonna die. This place is huge. Okay, enter user ID. Wait. Does that work? No. Okay. Maria's terminal, user ID. So I need UC jizz. Wait. Do I use the jizz gun? Never know when I'm supposed to... Never know when I'm supposed to hunt for the cum stains. Again, this game gives you very little. You just kind of... Oh, it's in there. You just kind of go. Access override. God damn it! How do I... Why are there so many... Oh. Okay, I can't get in there. going to do... Okay, so I need a code for there and a code for there. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to see these... I'm going to see these tasks. Okay, flooding. The cistern is accessible, however, I need someone's ID to open the gate. There seems to be an EL9 contamination. I need to find the chemical laboratory and compile a disinfectant myself since the automated system doesn't appear to be working. Okay. Something significant is happening in the canal. The archive terminal indicates that an emergency echography must be performed. However, I cannot proceed without first upgrading my interface module to security level 3. Wait, so I still do need to do that. To do that, I need to reach the annex station and locate the founder's terminal. Oh god, there's too much going on. Is this not the lab? Wait, no, I feel like the lab is... Oh my god, when is that naked guy gonna come back? I feel like that kind of looks like a lab, but how do I get in there? Let me go back here. Let's go check out the other part of this place. Oops. Maybe I'll find what I'm looking for. God, this is so aggressive. It's so aggressively loud. Oh. Hello. No, do you need anything? Oh. Yeah. Are you still alive? Oh. Okay. There's another part to this place. Where is it? It's this way. Shit! Came all the way back here just to discover I can't get in there. Founder's office. Damn it. Okay, I'll definitely need to go there at some point, obviously. Hey, you! You have something to help me? Oh, boy. This is where I came from. Does that just, like... Main control lab? Oh, wait, there's a note. Decontamination automation on order, manual entry of chemical formula required. How do I get in this door? See, because it turns off. So intense. EL9 detected. Unable to administer disinfectant for EL9. Okay, I don't think I can get in. Don't think I can get in that way, so we have to go back here. Can't go in through that door, so it's gotta be this direction. Do I need the comm gun? Okay. This is also a game where I just hope, like, I find something. Like, just find anything. I get excited when there's a single thing. already came this way. Okay, so it's got to be something in here. Something in here. But what thing? But what thing? Okay, there's... Let me follow these cords into here. Nope. That's this thing again. I don't think I have any... 7496. Would that work? I don't know. Nope. Okay. What the hell? Anything? 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 Guys, this is why my shoulder's fucked up, because I keep I can't. Oh, holy shit. Oh. This is why I can only play this game for a little bit at a time. Okay, well, that's something that happened. When I said I want anything to happen, I didn't mean anything. Okay, there's this thing, 2591. Great, I needed that. Okay. How did the casserole turn out? Amazing. From Maria to William. I discovered something in the arbor. It's a large animal that does not appear to be alive. I think this is what some of the others saw. You must go and see. Do you see it? Then we need to get to the main control lab. I went back to the arbor to save as much of the fluids from the dissection as possible, but I'd let most of it soak into the soil. Which circumstances were more jovial, but I'm grateful to be able to share this moment with you, Maria. This is an absolute marvel. A native being of the moon. From Maria. Hello, team. There's a potential illness going around. Until we know more, STIP is in effect. Report the first signs and symptoms, isolate, wipe down, wear provided masks. Use the lab for cultures to be taken. One of us doctors will always be at the main control lab, so stop by at any time. A sleeping area will be set up for you in a designated isolation zone. Your meals will be delivered for the length of your isolation period. Chem will be conducting recurring surface swabs, used air filter testing. Bio will handle pre-incinerator wastewater analysis. Engineering will be replacing all air filters with high efficiency particulate air filters over the next 48 hours. Reach out to the medical team with any questions. Thank you. All right. What information did I learn from that? I need to go to the main control lab. There's gotta be a duck. Mini me. Thank you for 5 months. Does this code work here too? 2591. Access override. Motherfucker. No, I think that probably comes later. Bro, why did... Oh, God. Wait, is that me? Is that me making that noise? Prism. Okay, so now where the fuck do I go? God. I need to... I need to get in a room. Why did bro show up? How do I get in here? Imagine they run back that jump scare. They probably will. Fuck. Hey guys, he's right behind me, huh? Oh, I don't know where to go next. Let me check back in here. Surely there's gotta be something in this place. Until I get it fixed, we end up manually entering in the chemical formula. But how do I do that? Surely. Who's Shirley? Are these the chemicals that I need? There's a fridge. I hate when you walk into a room and you're like, is there frick all in here? Ugh. See, this is what I mean by like, sometimes I just want something. There was another tab on Maria's terminal. No, I hit that. Didn't I? I thought I hit both. Did I not? Am I stupido? Did I forget? Did I forget? I know. The noises crawling through this are so scary. Okay, I forgot. I'm stupido. I thought I did, but... I thought I hit this. Running. Oh. Finding wired doors. Doors found. Opening doors. Please terminate this program. Okay, sick. We got doors open. Nope. Now, where was that sound? Oh, right here. Whoa. I feel like this is probably giving me cancer. Okay, here's this. It's kind of Annihilation vibes. Oh god. Oh Lord, I hear him. No, he can't be in here, right? Right? Is that him? easy. Look, I'm a goddamn red-blooded American. Oh, great. Reminder to source new sample for EL9 testing from the cistern. Okay. Oh, I can't read that. I can't understand that at all. I'm just going to throw stuff together. Yep. Okay. Chemistry was one of my worst science classes. Active compounds for EL9? Yeah, no. There's no way I actually need to do that. Right? There's no way. There's no... There's no way. I will admit this part of the game is fucking evil. There's no way they're gonna actually have me. What is all this bullshit? No. Why are there so many papers? No. 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 No, I don't agree with it. Effectiveness 25%? No fucking... What is this? Okay. Hang on a second. So, base... I have to pick a base. I have to pick... Oh my god. You guys... Active compounds. What is this? Stabilizer. Successful EL solution. Wait. What is this? Successful EL9 solution. Okay. This tells me I need CO2. I at least know one of them. CO2. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Wait. Where's the CO2? Carbon dioxide. But why isn't it an option? Can't I just see? Can I use the cum gun? Successful Wait, that's Cu? Copper 2. Okay, wait. So one of them should be copper ions. All right. It says CO, but it says Cu2 plus. Copper 2 plus. Oh, so that's copper ions. Okay. So at least I have to go get my notebook. This is crazy. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. No, let me try this. Oh my god. Okay. All right. So base active 1, which we know at least stabilizer, which we know has to be copper ions. Okay. Now, let's go back over to this fucking sheet. Copper ions, unstable if exposed to strong acids or too much chloride. Okay. So, no, I'm going to put in this category. No strong acids or too much chloride. Salt. Best in mildly acidic environments. What the fuck? Okay. So what's another active compound I can use? Hydrogen peroxide works well with Cu2. Wait, I can't really read this. Works well with Cu2 plus and EDTA. Okay. Surrounds highly compatible EDTA. Parasitic acid would destroy copper ions. Nope, can't use that. Phenol can reduce copper strength. So that's synergized well. Okay, so I think we want to use H2O2. Maybe? H2O2 question mark. Let's go over here. Ah! Hydrogen. Wait, is that H2O2? Yeah, right? H2O2. Hydrogen peroxide. Okay, I think... Oh my god. I think we have... Okay. All right. Now, stabilizers. Oh wait, I should write down H2O2. Works well with Cu2 and EDTA. Yes. Copper ions. What the hell is EDTA? I don't know. We'll find out. Okay. Now we come back here. Just wanted to say thank you so much to both of you and Will for being so pro-trans and queer. These safe spaces matter so much online to people with no queer community IRL like myself. Aw, Shy. You've got your community too, though. But happy to Happy to create that space. Help create that space. Oh my God. All right. Could disrupt peroxide, so we don't want sodium bicarbonate. Can you believe this stream? Legit Salvage, thank you so much. So we don't want sodium bicarbonate because it will disrupt the peroxide. EDTA, good at cleaning up stray metals that could weaken phenol strength, can weaken in a lot of alcohols such as ethanol, stabilizes metals, protect. Okay, so that's an option. Clean up stray metals, can weaken in a lot of alcohol. Can boost chlorhexidine strength, could destroy citric acid. A good stabilizer could make this, but could make the solution more viscous than we want. PVP can retain and slow down the release of silver. Okay, so we don't want sodium chloride. Right? Notes, base plus active 1 copper plus active 2 plus stabilizer. Okay. So EDTA, good at cleaning up stray metals that would weaken phenol strength. Maybe, question mark? Maybe? Let's see that as an option. And then there's one more. This is the base. Water content improves penetration. Water alone doesn't work for copper or hydrogen peroxide. Okay. Isopropyl alcohol. This is a very effective base. Helps dissolve cell membranes, making pathogens more vulnerable to copper and peroxide. So that's a good one. Right? Mildly acidic. Keeps citric acid. It keeps copper ions suspended. Can degrade hydrogen peroxide. Okay, don't we think we want that? Ethanol's compatible with EDTA. Wait, I think this might be... Wait a second. Hello? Water, isopropyl alcohol. I think we give her a try. Isopropyl, copper ions, hydrogen peroxide, and EDTA. Yeah! Woo! What Hondo P? Oh my God, first try for real. First try for real. Main control laboratory is accessible. Okay. Sick. Sick. Oh my God, we are actually... We're actually kind of good. What? Can I go this way? Nope. Okay. Gotta go this way. Yeah, wait, we are actually, killing it. Actually kind of killing it. That's what we call women in STEM. And as the president of Women in STEM, I just have to say, women, we're killing it. Oh, bitch. Sorry, is that my traitorous flashlight? All right, should be good. Should be good. Did you save after finishing the experiment? Yes, I did. Is this the lab? Where's the lab? What is this? Door, main wing. Okay. Right here. That was kind of loud. Ah, yes. Okay, it took us back to the beginning. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, we need to go into the lab. Wait, where was the... Hello, gamer. Do you have a Club Chalamet video you can recommend me to get up to speed on the drama? Marsh, I am the Club Chalamet video. Hold on a sec. Did you make a video about it that I can watch? I think I probably have some like reels and stuff out there. I will send you. I can send you a voice note too. Do you need it for like your own personal knowledge? Because oh shit, wait. Uh-oh, I'm stuck in this thing again. Oh God, I'm just interested. Oh, I got you. I will either find a video that's a good TLDR or I will literally send you a voice note. All right, where is the lab? Where's the lab? Where's the lab? Oh! Also, Marshy, thank you for the 34 months. Hell yeah, you're the best. I have spent an embarrassing amount of time. No, not embarrassing, because I think it's important. But I've spent a lot of time talking about Club Chalamet. Club C, Miss C. Ooh, ah! Also, Marsh, I think you'd really love this game. Okay, we're in the lab. Great. Okay. Is that everything I play? Okay.
Such sorrow in her eyes.
Oh.
Or is it heartache? How lonely she must have been.
Also, love you too. I can't wait to see you soon.
I'm here now.
Okay, well, what's the point of this fucking lab? And what is this thing? Oh! Wait. Hello? I need this. 6423, William Davis. Wait, is he the guy who's in charge? I can't remember. 6423. 6423. 6423. Yes. Okay. I need that. Ah, please don't kill me. Let me just go to this little save spot before, you know, I get my spine ripped out of my body. 6423. 6423. Okay. Bye. Six, 6423. 6423. See ya. Okay, over here. Oh, hey! Oh, wait! Wait a second! Oh, ah! Is he coming? Why is this? Wait. Where am I? I think he's gone. Thank God. Oh my God, did this not work? Oh, I didn't even do it right. Good night, LGBT. Whew, okay. Oh boy. Okay. This is so gross. Overflow area. Oh my God. Where's Jason or whatever his name is? Man, can't see shit. Am I against a wall? I can't tell. I think I am. Imagine this sprinting at the end of Blair Witch. Wait, what did that do? Did something. What is this? I don't know. Oh, the overflow. Okay, so the poop flood is coming. Ah, not the poop flood. Okay, so I gotta go back. Oh God, the poop. Oh wait. Am I drowning? I don't know. That was crazy. Oh no, what is this? What is this? I don't like this. What the fuck? It's like a mix of Voldemort and... Watch I just fall off again. Voldemort and Mitch McConnell. Erase their head. Bro, that was like so crazy. Where am I? Let me save just in case. Okay. Okay. Alright, is this the one? This looks right. I just keep falling off ladders. Jenna, do you have a great Jennifer Lawrence? I don't think so. Wait, what is that noise? Hello?
The canal.
The canal. The canal. Rin, thank you for the raid. What's up, everybody? We're playing a scary game called Routine. Streamer, he's right behind you. He's right behind me, isn't he? Loved it so much. Oh, it's so good. I feel like you play all the good games. The incident occurred at the canal observation experiment at the canal. During setup, Mathieu Giraud, physicist, went into a trance and walked into the canal. Henry Becker, lead physicist, successfully retrieved Giraud via the tether connection. He was in poor condition, had an emaciated appearance. He could not speak coherently and seemed confused. Wait, oh my god, is that Jason? Back at the base, his condition worsened. He was put into medically induced coma, given intravenous treatment for extreme dehydration. Approximately 12 hours later, he went into cardiac arrest and died. Burial was held outside. Barely conscious, confused, gaunt, extremely dehydrated. Patient arrived in an emergency situation with the canal, could not speak clearly. His general appearance was alarming, almost as if he were void of moisture. Veins constricted, causing difficulties for IV insertion. Vitals erratic. Patient's been in a medically induced coma. Judith Weber, psychology, spoke with Shahod briefly before he was administered sodium thiopental for the MIC. Oh my god, wait. Sad. Williams Terminal. Shit, I don't remember. What was it? 6423? Oh wait, I do remember. You know what I always tell myself? The answer is in your brain somewhere. You just have to give it time. Use the interface module to upgrade to level 3. Yes. Module updated. Gracious, thank you so much. I already did that. Okay. Prism. Oh, it's the tree! It's the tree! What is that? Oh! Looks like a... Well... Never mind. Asphyxiation likely resulting from choking on an apple, possibly due to incompatibility with human produce. It looks like... Wait, this is so scary. Diary. A magnificent mammalian specimen, a true being of the moon. She holds so much history in the layers of her mind. The other entity that Henry encountered is still here. I can feel sadness that's not my own. They're an empath. The others think they're hallucinations. They are mistaken. They are memories. I slept in the main control lab last night when it was just me and her. She spoke to me. I know now. There's no place for us here, not in a conventional sense. The canal is the only answer. Just a few of us left now. It won't be long till we're all together. It's time to join them. Before I go, I must look upon her one last time. What? Oh! Kind of beautiful though, you know? Mama leaning? I can return to the ward and access the restricted areas. Yeah, wait, what was the, what's the ward again? This way? No. The first base. Oh, shiz. I have to get all the way back there? This is so far. Wait. Oh, hello.
Don't give up.
Who said that? Great. Now I gotta get out of here. Nope. I'm gonna go this way. This place is fucked. Gotta get out of here. Oh God. Why isn't this working? Hello? Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. Oh God, die! 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 Why couldn't I get on the elevator? He just wants a hug? No, he wants to rip my spine out of my body. Shit. Please don't come over here. That's the same thing to it. I'm just gonna go for it. Okay, I'm just going. Run, Forrest! Why won't it? Oh, okay, there we go, there we go. Whew. Get me the fuck out of here. Whew. Oh my God. I did it. Mort, how much of the game is left? Like an hour? Okay, I think an hour and a half. I think I want to save. I think I want to save the last part of it. I really don't want this to end. I'll be sad. Okay. Get to the next chapter. Is it close? Let me moonwalk across. Wow, it's so pretty. I don't understand how Jason keeps switching from the different sides. Jason Derulo. Grab a moon rock and sell it back on Earth for thousands. Could I be an astronaut? Like, would I want to be? Or do I think I physically and mentally could be? Only if Farley could come with me. Do you think you could be capable of being one? I think I could be capable. It's a matter of if I'd want to go do it. Yeah. I've always wanted to be Katy Perry, though. Chapter 6. Legacy. Let's get to a safe point. Chapter 6. How many chapters are there? 7? Sexy, confident, so intelligent. Oh my, I'm back in this hellhole. I forgot. Okay, let me go over here. Saverino. I thought I was gonna need to use the level 3 rooms. Okay. This is where I'm going to stop for the evening. Have I been playing as Katy Perry this whole time? I'm always playing as Katy Perry. Okay. Oh my God, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Because the game's going to end soon. I've been dragging it out as long as I can. Anything? 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 That was a sustained scream. Am I drowning? I don't know. Okay, wait, I just realized, was he even there or was I just going crazy? Was he there? Am I drowning? I don't know. Oh my God. I just heard a noise and freaked out like that. I truly started blasting. Truly. Oh my God, I went crazy. I don't know if I've ever gone I don't know if I've ever gone unprompted so crazy like that. Acting a fool over nothing. Oh my God, that's embarrassing. Oh boy. Oh, well, you can never be too safe. You know? You can never be too safe. I am not kidding you guys. From the amount of times I've scrunched up like that, my neck is killing me from the stress. We're like, tomorrow is the finale. Yes. If you have been enjoying this game, if you've been enjoying me playing this game, tomorrow, am I streaming tomorrow? I'm either taking Tuesday or Wednesday off. I haven't decided yet. Tuesday or Wednesday off of stream because I got, okay, stay tuned. Stay tuned. The next time I stream, we will be finishing. It will be the grand finale of the game. And then I need to find the next. One. Gotta figure out what I'm playing next. All right, y'all. Sending you a sandwich. I will see yous. I will see yous next time. Thank you for joining me. Keep it real. Ta-ta for now.